This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday.
Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. Look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. Probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess. Rook there for rook e2. And he blunders mate in one. Oh my goodness. I'm awful.
Hello and welcome everybody at FIDE Grand Prix 2022. We are the commentators for today, Grandmaster Robert, aka David Hess, and myself, Women Grandmaster Katie Tsatsalashvili. Robert, here we have the second day of this tournament. What are your thoughts for today?
Well, first of all, I think I need a new name for you. I'll think of one eventually and mistakenly call you that at some point. But it's great to be back. Yesterday was a fantastic day one. We had some great fighting chess, 3 decisive games. So, Katie, are you excited for day two?
Yep. Today is going to be, I think it's going to be another amazing day. Let's talk a little bit about yesterday. The tournament started with 3 victories, right? Aronian managed to win, as well as Radoslav Wojtaszek, who is a replacement of Ding Liren, and Fidossi won his game against Oparinov. So what do you expect today, David? What are your thoughts today? How many draws and how many decisive games?
I'm just thinking about how many times, I'm going to be called David, so I need to get used to it. I'm just getting acquainted.
I'm going to mix it, to be honest.
Well, yesterday, as you were saying, it was a great day. I mean, the highlights were there. Radoslav Wojtaszek, he was the newcomer to the field. He was a last-minute replacement, and yet he won a fantastic game over Richard Rapport, who was probably the favorite in his group, especially after Ding Liren wasn't there. So I guess the question is to Ketty, is there fatigue from the players who came from Tsatsalashvili?
That's a really good question. Seems like Vidit and Rapport had a hard time yesterday from recovery from Tsatsalashvili tournament. Let's see what's gonna bring that today to these 2 players. What do you think about this, Robert?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even just them two. They lost their games, but Yesepenko, he had a tough position against Grishuk, and then Dubov was in big trouble against Vincent Keimer. So all 4 players who came from Tsatsalashvili, it wasn't a good start for them. And on the other hand, Levon Aronian played a masterful game, right, Katie? That was a beautiful technique over Vidit.
Absolutely. We saw beautiful technique from Aronian, who played really nicely in the end game and give no chance to Vidit to draw the game. We saw some attempt from Vidit to stalemate his own king, but no, things went to that way. Let's very quickly take a look at the format of this event and check out what are the also matchups of today.
Yeah, it's good to remind everybody that there are 3 Grand Prix legs, and the participants only play in 2 out of the 3, and each leg is a double round robin. So only the winner of each group moves on. So, Ketty, that means that we should get even more fighting chess today.
Absolutely. This is knockout system. They cannot make draws just like this to pass the day and get next day white colors. No, they have to try every day with any color to win and to get out of the group. So they will gonna have a chance to fight for the as much Grand Prix points as possible. And now let's take a look at the Grand Prix points. The players are playing for those points, right?
Yeah, for sure. 13 points to the winner. So we just do some quick math. You see, once you win an event, you can even get third place in your group, and that's already better than 2 semifinal performances. So winning the group first and foremost gets you minimum 7 points, and then you're going to want to continue from there. But it's going to be tough sledding no matter what. Okay, look at today's matchups. We are absolutely spoiled, and I think the first thing that comes to mind for me is that some players are getting their second white in a row. In particular, Radoslav Wojtaszek, he gets his second white. He won a nice game yesterday. Maybe he can try to run away with his group.
Yeah, this is a very good chance to take advantage. Let's see who Fedosov plays today. He plays against Rapport. Rapport had such a horrible lose yesterday. So I think Group B is very interesting to take a look at today.
For sure. And if you made me choose a couple games of the day, I'm really looking forward to the one between Shirov and Dominguez, because these are two players with completely different styles. Shirov, he loves that wild chess. He has a flair for the dramatic. And Dominguez on the other side, he's as solid as they come. And he surprised Wesley So in game 1. We'll see what he has for Shirov in game 2. But what's your game of the day?
I think I would pick Kmar and Vidit, because those two players are very young, very talented, well prepared for this, and I kind of think that this tournament is sort of chance for them to, fight for big.
That's true, and I'm wondering though about Vidit. He stumbled down the stretch of Tata Steel. He had a great start there, but the last few rounds didn't go his way. Yesterday with black against Levon Aronian, he lost that game. Now he gets black against Vincent Keimer, and we talked about Vincent Keimer's opening yesterday. It was a huge success, a pawn sacrifice, but he had the bishop pair, he had the attack, and he didn't quite win the game. It ultimately went down to rook and bishop versus rook, which was a draw against Daniil Dubov, but that's a dangerous position for Vidit to be in after a loss.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And this is a good chance for him to show all his fans, and first of all to himself, that, he can lose the game, but he can also fight back. Another game that I would be very interesting is Dubov against Aronian. Two very strong players facing each other today in Pool C. That's going to be very, very interesting match.
You know what's happening, Ketty? We're just like, every game looks great. There's Nakamura against Yesipenko. I'm curious how Bakro will play against Grishuk, because yesterday against Nakamura, Bakro came into play just a very solid game. So will he do the same against Grishuk? Will he take a little bit more risk? I'm not sure. What I am sure of, though, is that people should be voting. Voting's important no matter what the competition or election is. So go on, get on chess.com/events. You go navigate to the tournament, select a game, click vote, and guess the results, because voting ends after the 10th move of each game. You do not want to miss out. It is fun. You can win some prizes. And speaking of prizes, Ketty, I know your fantasy team maybe didn't get off to the best start, but my team did well yesterday because Levon Aronian, Vladimir Fedoseev. So there is still time for people who want to take part and, pick your favorites in the 2022 FIDE Grand Prix. In the fantasy contest, you choose 5 players from the different rating tiers and you fight for cash prize and diamond membership. So go to chess.com/GPFantasy and submit your roster today. Ketty, I said your fantasy team, how did it do yesterday? How many wins did you get?
Not so well to be honest. I got 3 draws and 1 lost. But I even thought that maybe I should just create another email and fake name and try a second time. But no, that's not. I'm supporting my players today, and I'm sure that they're gonna score today.
Well, my players scored a few victories. I'm not going to rub it in anymore, but what I am going to do is I'm going to head on over to break and allow you to create that fake email, make a new team, and everybody else who's watching, they can get involved with the fantasy contest before move 1 of today's action. So we'll be right back. And when we do return, we'll be here for the first moves of round 2 of the 2022 FIDE Grand Prix.
We're back and we just have a minute before the round 2. Let's now take a look at our groups and the players who are those groups and the cross tables as well.
We've only had one round of action in the books, but still, that means that we have some leaders in the groups. We see that groups A and D, they had all draws. So all 4 players sit at half point out of one game. But group B, that's where all the fireworks were, Ketty, 2 decisive games. And now we get to see Wojtaszek get the white pieces once more.
Yeah. And I think and I believe that in group B, we're going to have today, once again, 2 decisive results. What are your thoughts about this?
Wow, you predict. Okay, so before I answer that question, how many decisive games overall are you predicting?
I'm going to go with 4, like yesterday.
And how many did I say yesterday? Did I say 3?
You said that it will be more than 4 draws, which was right. It was 5 draws.
Okay, so
yeah,
I'm gonna go with. I'll go with 3 decisive games. Nah, I'm gonna go with more than that. I'm gonna go with 5 decisive games. I'm gonna be brave.
Yay! Yay! There we go. There we go. That's all what we want to see. Here we have the first moves. D4 was played by Dubov and knight f6 and bishop f4. I know a lot of our viewers don't really like this move and London system, but what do you think about this, Robert?
Why the London? Why do you have to do that? No, in all seriousness, the London is actually a very good opening, even at the highest level. And I'm curious to see how quickly Levon moves, because Dubov came in with a plan. He's playing solid chess, but that quickly can turn into more tactical territory, especially if black. There we go. Levon has no fear. Plays c5. There are lines with the queen coming to b6. So Ketty, I know the London has this reputation of being super solid and hard to crack, but I think that Dubov probably has an opening surprise in store for us.
Yeah. He better has, because if not, then London for black, it's also not very hard to play against London when you have your favorite setup. And clearly, Levon knows what setup he wants to have in this game. He plays so fast. He did not even spend any minute for just to think how to go, because there are several setups right against the London. So we're gonna see here what are in Dubov's preparation and in homeworks. Do you think we might have some crazy G4, H4 or whatever moves there?
Sometimes that is possible. And I guess the first big decision by both players is this knight's on d2. There are those lines where the queen goes out to b6 and takes this pawn on b2 here. So by committing the knight to d2 this early, rather than playing the move c3, which is the more solid approach, but it also gives white kind of fewer options by committing the pawn here. Whereas with the knight on d2, sometimes you can play a little bit more aggressively rather than pushing the pawn. So this is the triangle formation. Very, very solid here for white, but instead we saw knight d2. And I mean, the real question, Ketty, is Levon eventually going to go for these queen b6 type of lines, or is he going to play just a move like e6 and play calmly? What do you think is more his style?
I think he would go now already like e6. He will not develop his queen on a b6, because for me, knight d2 clearly says that I'm ready for queen b6 and I'm ready to give you this b2 pawn, and then start to chase your queen. So for this reason, sometimes queen gets really stuck on b6 and black might not be happy to do it. Is that happening in the game?
It is. Knight h5, bishop e5. I saw it in the corner of my eye and I was like, a bit surprised, but we're still into normal territory. And Dubov, he's ready for a fight, because you give up the bishop pair, but after knight takes e5 here, once this knight captures back, you have a big problem as black. Your knight's under attack, your king is still in the center, so you have to move your knight back, and then bishop b5 check. How are you going to deal with this? If you go knight d7, you're undeveloping your pieces. You see the evaluation go up sky high because queen f3 threatens mate, threatens this pawn. The only way to stop mate would be to move like f6, but after queen h5 check, you're in big trouble anyway, because g6, knight takes g6, free pawn, king's in trouble, rook's in trouble, you're just completely hopeless. So can't take the bishop on e5 is the main point.
Yeah. So for this reason, black just played really quickly e6. He ignored the bishop on e5, and he tries to develop the pieces maybe to castle right away. Do you think this knight on h5 will just simply come back on f6 if white threats? I think this is the moment where white Dubov can play g4. This is the moment.
Well, you know, g4, it's a bit ambitious, but that's the type of thing that Dubov is known for. I do think that in addition to knight f6, one other idea is to play for f6. You have to be very careful about making a move like that, because the f7, f2 pawns, the golden pawns, as soon as you push them, diagonals open. But f6 can be played because the knight on h5 will take the bishop at some point if it were to retreat to g3. So I think that both sides kind of feeling the position out a little bit, and we'll see how Dubov continues right now. Will he just play a combo like bishop e2? Will he go further with bishop b5? Will he play for a move like c4 to try to open up the center? So Dubov has a decent set of options here.
Yeah, absolutely. And they really plays fast. And this is the first moment when Dubov is taking his time and just figuring out what's the next move of him. Can we meanwhile switch to the other game? Something really interesting is happening in the game of Kemar and Vidit. They trade the queens already off the board. Is that some kind of theory?
It is, and I've seen Vidit play this a number of times now. It also was the continuation played by Duda against Mamedyarov, if I'm not mistaken, at the recently concluded Tata Steel tournament. So e4, you're trying to crash through in the center, and after pawn takes e4, white temporarily sacrifices a pawn, but forces the king to d8, and after knight g5, you have 2 pawns under attack. So you're winning back your material, although that's not what white's interested in. Immediately takes on e6, stays down a pawn, but with these pawns doubled and isolated in the center, you're not going to keep them for much longer. So bishop g5, then knight c6 is Keimer's choice, Vidit's choice, which was not the choice of Duda against Mamedyarov. That knight was still on b8 in that game for a while. I believe the move h6 was chosen by Duda, and then we got a position where I think actually castle first, king to e7, knight takes e4, f5, if I'm remembering correctly, and I could be wrong, but it was pretty recently, knight g3, and the move h5 was played by Duda in that game. So that is a direction these games can sometimes go.
I see. And clearly the clock of both players are saying that they are prepared for this line, and they know this line because they are having both of them increment on the clock.
Yeah, Vidit especially, he plays this with regularity. He knows these lines, and it's an odd looking position. So Ketty, if you had never seen this before, it wasn't even a thought, and you looked at the position, I would say that white's position just looks better, right?
Yeah, that's what I had in my head when I suggested to go in this position. I don't like these double pawns. I know one is extra, but when white gets, for instance, e4 pawn back, then e6 will be isolated pawn, and I think it will be a target for white.
No, for sure. I mean, if you could take that pawn and put a rook on e1, then you will just barrel down this file at this pawn on e6. So I think that black needs to be very careful already at this stage of the game. Oftentimes this king does go to e7. It's a bit weird, but by bringing this king to e7, you protect this knight on f6, which often becomes a pawn. So like, let's say king e7, knight takes e4, h6. Already white has to take on f6 with one of the pieces, but the king is still on e7, so the pawn structure may be fixed in a situation like this, but the king is not very happy to be here.
Yes, and you say that after f5, bishop g7, this dark square bishop will be okay on this diagonal, right?
At some point, that's the dream, but you better do it quickly because white's going to castle and put a rook on e1, so there's going to be some trouble even once you play f5 and bishop g7. The pawn on e6 is a real target.
Yeah, Vidit really quickly went to king on f7. That looks magic to me. It came on the way from d8, e7, and then f7. That's a lot of tempos, right? First you capture the queen on d8, then king e7, then king f7, and he's okay with this.
again, if you've never seen the position before, it looks really scary because you're walking your king into the bishop's diagonal, but you're forcing the action. And h6 was actually a bad suggestion by me. So Vidit does a better job of dealing with the tension of knights because h6 would have forced a capture on f6. But here he's also saying your knight's now under attack because there's no pin. So my knight's free to move. And if you don't take my knight, you're just moving backwards. And let's say you can move like, I don't know, knight back to c3 because you don't want to trade pieces, then black is able just to develop bishop b4, put a rook on d8, on e8, and black is actually quite fine in such a position.
Yeah, that's nice. This game is a very good example for me, the cooperation of the chess engine and the human brain, how well these two can work together. And, you know, sometimes go to the positions when seems not so good, but you know that's good because you have analyzed it very, very deeply. And you are just bringing it at the active game because you're very comfortable with that.
Yeah, I mean, at first glance, this looks really bad for black. Yeah. I must admit, I mean, even castling here, trying to get this rook down to the d7 square. It looks scary, but then there's rook d8. And if we trade rooks, rook d1, it looks like white is just so much better. Bishop out, knight in the center, rook on the open file. And yet black can often play a move like bishop e7 and claim f6 is defended, e6 is defended, b7 is defended. My rook can, not f8, go to g8 and venture up the board through this way. So it looks bad for black. I fully acknowledge that. And yet with preparation, as you're saying, Ketty, it shows that Vidit is okay here despite having a more passive position.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, very, very nice and heavy theories over here. Maybe we can go to the game of Shirov and Dominguez because this is a position that we will not get bored of.
Okay, I'll bring that game up right away. We are so spoiled, I must say that. Every single game between these players, it's fun, it's enriching, and wow, this is a diagonal that is a bit of an issue. So we expect these types of positions from Shirov with whichever color, whatever tournament. Shirov loves the tactical battles. And if we go back in time here, just see how we got here. Ketty, you know, this Sicilian is started with a closed Sicilian, but it doesn't seem closed for very long.
Yeah. Oh, not okay, not close anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, Ketty, how would you explain to somebody like, you know, in the Sicilian, you often take with a knight on d4, but here Shirov chooses to take with the queen. Like, how would you explain this to a new student who is just starting out with, I thought you told me not to put my queen in the center?
It's a modern chess. I think we should stop doing teaching like that. It's a modern chess, and you know, you can make some moves like we saw Vidit's game. He played all these moves that we would never do, but you know, it shows that you can make a little bit of not even mistakes, some irregular moves, but it's okay because you have a plan. And the most important in chess is to have a plan and to know what's your setup. I can take this with a queen. I know that this queen will be under attack and I have to take it back, but I'm okay with this because I know what's my setup. And this queen d2, another move, I would never put this queen in front of the bishop because this bishop can't go on the long diagonal anymore.
Yeah, it's a very obscure start to the game, but then b3 and bishop h6. So both sides playing a bit strangely. Don't you play g6 to fianchetto your bishop to go on the long diagonal? Dominguez says, actually, I want a tempo against your queen. You already moved that queen first to d4, back to d2, and either you're going to move it again or you're going to play the move f4. And after knight f6, developing bishop b2, castles, e5, there's a problem down the diagonal. And if I'm looking at this correctly, Shirov is on the clock here. E5 looks like a very natural move. The problem, of course, is the d6 pawn in the future is going to be a target. So if I'm playing this from Shirov's perspective, my first instinct is just to defend with g3 because queen takes d6, you are winning a pawn. But the problem is that black wins the pawn f4 back, and now white's pawn structure is clearly worse. Black is very active, so this is bad news for white. So I would not take on d6. Instead, I would play the move g3, a very calm choice just to defend.
Yeah, I like this move too, g3, or even knight e2, as he already played queen d2, just to to stand in front of the dark square bishop. You can also play knight e2 just to stand in front of the light square bishop. And then to attack d6 pawn. And my point here is how black is going to guard this d6 weakness.
It's a great question. I mean, it might just be a pawn that you're willing to give up. That is true in a number of Sicilians, but this Sicilian, let's say G3, is a bit different because there's a bishop on B2. So if you lose D6, then E5 becomes vulnerable, and if the diagonal opens up, the bishop on B2 is very happy. So it looks like a shaky position, but Dominguez, he's one of the best prepared players on the planet. He's not going into an opening like this without having studied it thoroughly, without feeling like he has some possibilities here that should make his life, or make Shirov's life a bit difficult. And one thing to note is that, let's say white had a free turn to take this pawn. Once a queen trade happens, this knight on f6 might venture to a square like g4. There's the e3 square, the f2 square, and these dark squares are going to be very weak for white to deal with. So I don't think queen takes d6 is going to be a threat that soon. So I think Dominguez feels like he's able to create counters and not have to just sit and defend his position just yet.
Yeah, according to the clock, I believe that Dominguez is not really surprised by Shirov's choice here. He doesn't really spend too much of time, and he has quite a comfortable position. You really can't ask more than this in the Sicilian, in close Sicilian, or in any kind of Sicilian, because this is quite sharp position, and both sides have equal chances to fight for a victory.
That's right. And for Dominguez, I honestly think that he went into this game, he's understanding it's going to be a sharp battle, but he doesn't mind that, because at a certain point in a 6-round 4-player group, you need to win games. And it's not like you look at any player like, I'm going to beat them. Shirov has been one of the best players on the planet for how long? 3 decades now. So he's just looking at this as, if I have a battle, if I play well, I can actually score a win with the black pieces. And imagine that, where Dominguez starts with 2 blacks in a row. If he can get a win in those first 2 games and 3 whites and 1 black in the remaining 4 games, then he would be in the driver's seat in this group.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we can get to the next game. I suggest you go to Wojtaszek Oparin, because there is something very strange and interesting pawn structure.
You're telling me that Alpha Zero has an influence on top players?
Absolutely.
And you're also telling me that h4 isn't for the attack because there's no rook on h8. That would be a pretty standard way to, and he takes it. I mean, what would players from the mid 1900s, early 1900s say about this position? They would look at it and just be like, this isn't chess.
It's not chess. Chess will die soon.
To convince a player to take on h4 and to convince a player to push their h-pawn when they've castled that way, this is a modern way of playing chess. And if we see how we got here, it started off with a symmetrical English, and takes and d4. So a very standard way of playing, trying to leave black with an isolated pawn. But look at black play here. Knight c6, take on d4, bishop c5, very quickly trying to compete for the center. And after knight b3, this pawn on d5 is under attack, but Wojtaszek way too strong, way too experienced just to take a pawn simply because it's hanging. Now, it gets complicated in these positions, like you can take the pawn, but black's pieces start coming to life. Black can take back or play bishop e6. And the game, I think, was Karyakin-Dubov, I think from Tata Steel, where Dubov made a pretty easy draw from the black side of this position using his piece activity to neutralize the extra pawn that white had. So in this game, knight a4 was the choice instead.
Yeah, also knight a4 for me is something that I would question, because you have not castled yet, and you're going to chase the dark square bishop first, right? So what's behind this? If for instance, white castles first, do you think that black will try to save this bishop, like let's say a6, and then after knight a4, bishop a7, or what's the point here?
There is an argument to be made for the move d4 at this point, and maybe that's what Wojtaszek was trying to avoid, because you're right, it doesn't look like castle has any drawback whatsoever. But I think that the one move that I can see that black has is d4. Now the knight has to go over to a4 over here, and after black castles, you can take this bishop on b6. But in general, after the a pawn takes back, it's a situation where this pawn on d4 is either going to sit here and be restricting white's pieces, or to remove this pawn, you have to make a pretty brave decision to take on c6, which you don't really want to do, because even if you win a pawn in the center, you see the evaluation bar, it's kind of sinking there because it likes black's chances, as there's a open diagonal, some weak light squares that white will have to deal with.
Yeah.
So instead, knight a4 is played to avoid d4, and we see that Wojtaszek just takes. The a pawn takes back. So I think, Katie, this is another interesting moment because most people will want to keep the pawn structure intact. But what do you think? Is it worth having the double isolated pawns, or queen takes b6? Another alternative.
I like a takes b6 because I have a feeling these pawns will not be under attack. And on the other hand, I like the open a semi-open a file. There can be some jump like knight b4 or this kind of moves. If a3 goes away, then at some point black's knight can get on c4 and attack b2 from there. So I think a takes b3 gives more choices and opportunities to black.
That's for sure. And queen takes b6 has a problem with bishop e3 as well. You're allowing white to develop with the tempo. You still have an isolated pawn. White has the bishop pair, so that wouldn't be ideal. So Oparin takes with the pawn, and now we're getting to the game bishop e3, h5. You know that Oparin came prepared because you do not make this move h5 unless you've studied the position. It seems completely counterintuitive.
Yeah, that's so strange. White is not even castled yet on the short side, and he goes h5 right away. This is very optimistic from black side. I really wonder what is his idea after playing h5.
I think part of the issue is that if black does nothing, let's say black just plays really solid chess, white is obviously better. There's double isolated pawns. There's an isolated pawn on d5. There's a bishop pair for white. So white kind of has all the pluses in the position. So h5 is a move to at least put a dent in white's position. So g takes h4 was played, and then quickly bishop g4 was the response as we get to the game position. But if you don't take on h4, what's the idea? Black might have the move h3 at some point to kick this bishop around. This knight can come to g4, where you're not going for a checkmating attack necessarily, but you are putting pressure on white's position in a way that can cause some concern. So g takes h4, it's a move that you don't play lightly. And then bishop g4 being the quick response. The engine actually didn't love that move, Ketty. And I have to say, when I look at this position, I like it for white.
I don't like it. I don't like this pause on h4. I kind of have a feeling that maybe white will lose this one. And if I lose this pawn, then my king will be not so good looking.
It's true, but I have this dark square bishop. So I'm counting on this bishop to really help me out. For example, I could start with the move bishop to g5, and the pawn protects the bishop protects the pawn. Of course, I pin the knight as well. I can also, I don't really like the look of this move, but I could play pawn f3 and then bring my bishop back to f2 if I get scared, which I'm not, because I'm brave, I promise. But I don't like f3 because it makes the bishop on g2 look a bit bad. But what I really am trying to get at is that this bishop on e3, if that were over on g3, I think you'd feel a lot better about the position. But bishop f4,
or even g5 looks fine, just to pin the knight, guard h4 pawn.
Yeah, and if I could play bishop g3 in one move, I'd be happy. But bishop f4 to go bishop to g3, it feels a little bit slow. And rook e8, maybe pawn d4, as we showed earlier, as an option. The knight can come into d5, things like that, where black is gaining space. Queen d7, bishop h3 ideas as well. So white does need to be quite careful. The extra pawn, it's not a very relevant pawn just yet. I think the presence of the bishop pair is what white is counting on.
Yeah, with bishop g4, black clearly wants to play first bishop e8 to pin the e3 bishop on that square. So yeah, a2 will be hanging. Another idea can be queen d7, as you just mentioned. Queen d7 to try to trade the light square bishops. That's going to be such a weakness for white's king. So those two ideas are now for black. And I'm starting to think either f3 or bishop g5 is the move that white has to play right now.
Yeah, I mean, f3 looks not appealing at all because the bishop on g2 is bad. But perhaps you say, where's your bishop going? You don't want to go to h5. You're staring into a brick wall of pawns. And if you go back the other direction, say bishop f5, maybe you allow me to go knight d4, which is probably a move I want to play anyway, because I'm attacking your bishop. If we trade knights, then okay, white is clearly doing so well with the queen and bishop lined up, the h4 pawn defended. You don't want to deal with this. So bishop f5, not that appealing either. Let's say we go bishop e6, sort of the same situation. The knight comes to d4, and I'm just blockading your isolated pawn, which Nimzovich, he's somewhere in his grave. He would have suggested you blockade isolated pawns. And I really like the look of white's position. I don't buy this for black. I think Oparin has some ideas in mind. Maybe he feels comfortable in this position, but I think that white is just better with the move f3, even though it looks kind of ugly.
All right. Yeah, I'm starting to like also white's position from now, seeing all this line. But with the first glance, this is so not natural for us to see to answer h5, h4 with g takes h4, right? We have not seen this very often.
Maybe what Wojtaszek is saying is we shouldn't always trust our opponents, because Oparin went h5, h4 quickly. Oparin's nearly 2,700, a great player. He finished in the tie with Fabiano Caruana for second place in the FIDE Grand Swiss in Riga. And Wojtaszek saying, yeah, no, I know all that. And Grigory, fantastic, really strong, but so am I. And he's going to play h4, and I'm just going to take that pawn, and I can deal with the consequences. But you're right, it is not a very natural sequence.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting position. I'm just looking to the other games if we have any updates. In the game of Kemar and Vidi, they are already into the end game where there's all the bishops and the rooks on the board.
Okay, let's go back a few moves, because we didn't leave this that long ago and all the pieces were traded. So castle was played, rook d8. So they followed this exact sequence that Vidit had it all prepared out. Rook d7, pinning the bishop, maybe knight d6 check is a threat. And Vidit says, have fun with your check. I'm going to bring my king up, took b7 and played bishop c5. So defending a7, attacking f2. And okay, this is an interesting moment, because instead of playing with like f3 to defend the pawn, Keimer plays rook c7, and he could have pushed his pawn to say f3.
Yeah.
So I wonder why he didn't play f3. I guess the extra material is not as important as putting pressure on black's king and pawn, but that would have been my initial thought.
Maybe he thinks that after rook g8, these pawns will anyway have some problems. Like
That's
if
true.
you go g3, there's bishop g1.
Yeah, you can just attack all the pawns. That's true. And I mean, we know opposite colored bishops positions well, that even if you're down one pawn, sometimes down two pawns, and rarely, but sometimes even down three pawns with opposite colored bishops, you can still make draws in some positions. So I guess the one extra pawn isn't as important as causing black some direct problems, but rook c7 takes rook c6. We're at the live position, and both players are prepared for this moment 23 moves into the game. I have to say that white at first glance looks a bit better thanks to the coordination of the pieces and the direct pressure on the e6 pawn, but it also seems like there's not much material remaining, and with the opposite colored bishops, I would have to think that this game very likely should be a draw.
Yeah, what I think is, like, Vidit went to this opening by his choice, right? He's trying to recover from yesterday's lose and just take a bit easy today with black pieces, and then he will try his best next, because this is his second day with the black pieces. And clearly he did not really put up any fire in this game. He's okay to go in the end game, opposite color bishops.
Yeah, I think you have to take it game by game. As upset as he probably is after yesterday's loss, you're playing the black pieces against a very strong, very well-prepared youngster, the teenager from Germany, Vincent Keimer. He showed yesterday against Dubov that he can beat or get great positions, at least against these 2,700 plus players. Vincent was had a fantastic performance in Riga, the Grand Swiss. If you look at his rating history, all you see is that rating going up and up. So I feel like Vidic is taking this move by move within the games, and that's why he's not playing anything too risky. He doesn't want to lose a second game, in which case he won't have any chances to bounce back. So I am very curious, though, from Vincent Keimer's perspective, Kitty, and I guess I kind of want to throw this over to you as a question. Like, he's the lowest rated player in his bracket, in his pool here. Do you think that he's like not happy to make draws, but he's saying, if you're going to beat me, you may have to force it and you may have to make risky decisions that aren't in the spirit of the position?
I think he's happy with this because top world players like Vidic, if he's going to get into the position where maximum he can get is a draw, I think he understands that he's a very, very strong and dangerous opponent for all the top guys.
Yeah, I think psychologically there's something there where, you know, if you're not expected to compete for the first place in your group and you say, I'm happy to make a draw, and then the player with the black pieces, in this case Vidic, has to do something wild, that's not really Vidic style either. So I think that this game will go on for a while. I do think that Vidic should be fine here. He's clearly studied with a preparation and an engine, but at the moment he's sitting and thinking, because white is going to try to push these pawns up the queen side, and black's pawns are a bit less mobile because the king is in the way. So like rook e8 protects the pawn, but if I give you a few free moves as black, what are your next moves? Because if you can't move the king to e7, if you move to f7, you're still walking into a pin. If you move to e5, you're walking in front of the pawn. So it doesn't seem clear how black pushes the pawn. Maybe f4 is the way forward, but white's pawns, well, I see how that's marching ahead. So I think that white should be slightly better.
Yeah, I think king e5, king d4 is the move that I would first consider to activate the king. I know I'm given e6 pawn, but if we get into the end game, when we trade the rooks, my king will be active, and I will be okay to handle that position.
100%. If the rooks come off, we can immediately just pretty much shake hands and make a draw. So I think Vincent's going to keep the pressure if he's trying to win this game. If Vidic is solid and is able to hold steady, then yeah, this position should remain in the balance. But rook e8 played. Let's quickly, before we head to our first break, check out the Hikaru Nakamura game against Andrei Yesipenko. We will look at every game. Don't you worry. I'm sure people in the chat, I'm not reading your comments, but I'm sure you're saying, let me see this person's game and that person's game. Here is Hikaru against Yesipenko. Nakamura with the white pieces. He has more time than he started with Ketty, and another English opening in this one. So we have the 4 knights in the English and g3, d5. So this is like the most principled setup that black can take. And I guess as someone who hasn't played classical chess in a few years, Hikaru, like, he's feeling out his opponents here, trying to figure out, where he should take his chances. And already this move, queen c2, that's the move that catches me by surprise, because in many of these positions, white takes on d5, plays d3, a3, and queen c2 feels like a newer move to me, maybe even a novelty.
Yeah, that looks like sometimes we don't play queen's move when it's like knight b4 or knight d4 coming. So I think he's counting on attacking on bishop c5, which is not guarded. So, and he's ready for knight d4 and knight b4 move. And he says, it's okay, I see that. I know, and I'm ready with that.
Well, Yesipenko went knight f6, so he must have been ready as well. He put the move pretty quickly, and then a3 was played. So we're getting back into a pretty normal territory, and then Yesipenko plays knight to d4. So the big question that is looming here is knight takes d4. It kind of looks like you should do that. And now will black take with a piece on d4, the bishop, or here with the pawn on d4, opening the e-file? But this pawn on d4, sometimes that's not a pawn you're happy to have, because white has this strong bishop, can blockade the pawn with d3, and then go after this pawn later in the game or work around it. Yeah,
can happen. I would be happy here to play knight e4, try to trade knights, then bishop is under attack, so black has to play with bishop or guard this bishop, then push b4, bishop b2, try to, you know, look at d4 pawn, so black can't really easily move around with the queen because this pawn will be hanging. And then in the end, white can start to play on the queen side, like rook c1 attacking on c7. If black pushes c6, then b5 can come, and this kind of small ideas can be happening here.
For sure. And this pawn on d4, it sticks out. It could be an issue, but we'll see how these players deal with it, because after the move knight d4, it seems like Hikaru is trying to work through the possibilities. And with that, Ketty, I think we're going to take our first break. And when we return, we'll be right back with more coverage here from round 2 of the 2022 FIDE Grand Prix tournament.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Every single person in this Grand Prix is invited to the chess.com Rapid Chess Championship, which is a brand new world-class online rapid event series for the top 100 players, top 10 women, and top 10 juniors in the world. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20,000 each week, culminating with a $150,000 prize finals in late August. It all gets going at 9 a.m. Pacific on the weekend of Saturday, February 12th, right here on chess.com. That's only 1 week away, but today is all about the FIDE Grand Prix. And Ketty, we've been looking around the different pools, the different games. We left off here with Hikaru Nakamura against Andrei Yasipenko. Knight takes d4, pawn takes d4 was in fact played. So the big question will be is what happens with this pawn on d4? White's going to try to operate around it, but Black is going to hope that it's advanced and restricting some of White's pieces.
Yes, I'm so much looking forward to see now what is Hikaru's next move. Is he going to play knight e4 and try to trade the knights, or is he going to keep the knight on the board and use this piece for an attack of to d4 pawn? He can also do something like knight a4, then trying to jump knight c5 and try to grab pair of bishop. Why not?
I like it. I mean, combining with the many ideas you've already stated, b4, knight c5, I mean, b4 looks very logical, and it's going to be difficult for Black to deal with the queenside pressure. It's one of these positions where Black has an extra pawn. If we cut the board in half, right, from the D to the A file over here, Black has an extra pawn, 4 on 3, but White is actually the one who's sort of attacking on that flank, because when you don't have a pawn, you have an open line for your queens and your rooks. So that's c7 pawn. And if you push it to c6, then as you were saying before, at some point, maybe the move b5 will be played. It doesn't stop the knight from coming into c5, which keeps the bishop home on c8. White will play d3. And yeah, I think that White tends to be the side for choice in these types of positions.
Yeah, this knight on c5 attacks the b7 pawn, so the light square bishop cannot really develop right now. So Black has to guard this b7 pawn, and this gives White a time to develop the bishop on b2, attack the d4 pawn. And you know what? If Black stands really strong and not giving up that pawn, at some point White can also try to push e3, trade these pawns, open up the bishop on b2, and to have very long diagonal. And now you can always try to attack g7 pawn.
That's right. So White has many options. I think the biggest point to take away from this position is the fact that the c7 and d4 pawns cannot connect. So a pawn's best friend is another pawn. You would like to have a pawn chain. That's why we keep talking about c6 as an option for Black at some point. But because the pawn's on d4 and you're not going to be able to play c5 very easily, that's why we're liking this position for Hikaru. And Andrei has spent quite a deal of time to get here. He's down almost 20 minutes on the clock. So the game will continue. We'll come back here, of course. But for now, Ketty, we haven't checked on a few games. So which are potential casting your eye?
I can suggest Hare Krishna and So.
Okay.
That is very interesting position, I think.
All right. Well, brought that game up, and whoa. So, we're going to cut the board in half again. That's the first thing. And White has an extra pawn on the king side. Black has an extra pawn on the queen side. So Hare Krishna up nearly 20 minutes here, and we can go back to see how we got here. But first and foremost, Ketty, are you liking this position for White? Because I am.
I like it. And you know what? If I were Black, I would really be wondering if White is going to play f4, f5, f6, because that's very clean plan for White to start to annoy the king on the on g8. I know there are like many pieces off the board. There's no light square bishop. Another knights, both knights are off. But if you allow me to get this pawn all the way to f6, the king will be very weak, and rooks, queen, and the bishop is enough to checkmate the king.
That's right. So f4 certainly an option. This rook on e2 could swing to d2 at some point if you want to put pressure on the center. But let's go back in time. We'll see how we got here. It started as a Berlin and rook e1, which was what Bakro chose against Hikaru Nakamura yesterday, knight d6 and a4. So look at this move. Instead of playing knight takes e5, which opens up the e file, we've seen this in many games. The bishop drops back, the knight comes to f5, and the game yesterday, Bakro brought his knight back to f3, but the position is very solid for black. Here, Hare Krishna chooses the move a4, Keddy, and that's an interesting choice.
Yeah, it is. It is. He's trying to guard the bishop on b5. And if you take that bishop, then it comes on b5, attacking the knight, and then rook takes e5 or knight takes e5 will be even stronger.
That's right. This would be a terrible, terrible, terrible position for black with the king stuck in the center. So instead, Wesley played bishop e7, the knight came to c3, and then after a6, he finally drops his bishop back. We see the move e4 by Wesley So. So he's playing this move to give the pawn back. It's already under attack. There's no good way to defend it. If you play f6, your king is going to be very unhappy. It's still in the center. I'm looking at moves like knight to d5 just to get after the bishop on e7. The move d4, of course, is one that is begging to be played, opening up the lines against this king. No, this would not be recommended. Yeah. And that's why e4 was played, giving the pawn back on terms that he felt were favorable because the rook is threatened, rook e1. And now we see how the game got here. Looks like normal development, Keddy, but at this moment, knight to e5, that was a big, big choice by Hare Krishna.
Yeah, he offers to trade some pieces and he goes into the position where he has e5 pawn. I love that pawn to be there. And this pawn sometimes shows a very direct plan to white. It's time to attack the king side.
So we're talking about this f4, f5 business. Our Krishna hasn't moved just yet. I wonder what the downside, we always should think f4, f5, f6, very natural, but what are the potential downsides of playing this move? White's king is a bit open, right? And I mean, my couple media thoughts is, can black play f6? Sometimes the best way to protect our king is actually to challenge right in front of the king, because f6 makes the rook involved. It allows the rook to be in the defense, and we immediately block white's plan of pushing forward.
Yeah, I like this move, and black has to stop for sure this attack and not just to sit there and wait white to push this pawn all the way. I think now what can white do is like white can go this king aside, or white can develop the piece like pieces like bishop e3 and keep this tension still going on in the center.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can just finish development. I mean, the big question, right, is we would love to play two moves at once, e6 and f5. You didn't see me do that. I'm allowed to do that, right? Two moves, because I want to have a protected passed pawn. But we know as soon as white plays e6, black will play f5. And this is the ultimate question that is hard to assess when you're sitting and playing, when you're calculating, is this a strong passed pawn, or is it a weak liability that is easy to attack? And I don't have the answer to the question, but I know that is the big question in a position like this. Is it a great pawn, or is it a problematic piece?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So hard to answer right away. But what I can say is this pawn is blocked, and it's already a good start for black. That the pawn will no longer go farther, and but on the other hand, it stops bishop to go around, create some threats for the king or any other pieces. And the thing is that black can start to attack with queen d6, rook f6, and then rook a to e8. I think this pawn might be under attack after all.
Right. So that would be my thought as well. And that's why I think Hare Krishna didn't push f4, because had he done that f6, you're already dealing with a bunch of tension here, and it becomes nicer looking, at least for black to play. He makes the move rook d2, and it's not the first time we've seen a bishop on c1 blocked by its own piece, but the d5 pawn is under attack. And if you play c6, white will play the move c4, and the pawn is pinned and now under attack 3 times. And this would be a really nice situation for white because black can try to win this pawn on e5, but after queen takes e5 here, the issue is d6, and that is a very, very good pass pawn. That's clear.
Yeah, that's absolutely good looking pass pawn.
It's not blockaded. It's very advanced. Go to d7, and then this rook can get into the action as well. And this would not be a good situation for black. So rook d2, I don't really know what Wesley's going to play here.
Yeah, that's so straightforward line, right? Rook d2, d5 is hanging. You have to play c6. Other moves are not that strong. At least I don't really see anything because rook d5 comes with a threat. So c6 looks like a straightforward move, and then c4.
Yeah, I don't like. I mean, sometimes maybe just give up the pawn on d5 and hope that after, say, where do I even put my queen? I would love to I think I'm gonna put my queen on e6, right? So rook takes d5, queen e6, and then try to get a rook to d8. And
I was about to suggest you maybe this line c6, c4, and queen b6 to try to play on that on the bishop because it's not developed yet. For instance, yeah, c4, queen b6 now. And if you take twice on d5, then maybe black can try to trade the rooks on d8.
I like it.
And to play a little bit of initiative. You know, bishop can come on c5 to target f2. b2 is already targeted by the queen. d5 will be controlled by black.
I really like the look of that. And so as I think about how you just achieved everything in terms of activity that you wanted, I'm going to throw in a move a5 first.
I knew it.
Because it puts the big question to your queen, where you're going to go.
Yeah.
And now you don't have the same sort of setup that looked really good just a moment ago that you were highlighting. So a5, if the queen goes up to b4, I don't even think I'm going to take on d5. I can take on d5, but I was also looking at the move b3 to try to go bishop a3, and you have some problems tactically speaking. I think you're actually losing.
Oh, that's very good looking. Yeah.
So
that's very good looking move.
Yeah, this move a5 is an important inclusion. So I don't know, Caddy. I'm looking at this position after rook d2, and I'm not liking what I'm seeing from Wesley's perspective. Is there a way? Oh, wait a second. Can you play queen b8? That looks terrible. Like, why are you putting your queen behind your pawns like this? But after rook takes d5, now c6, I attack your rook, and e5 is really under threat. But the rook d7 also hits b7, so it still looks good for Hare Krishna, no matter what moves we really make for black.
Yeah, I like queen b8. That's kind of style of Richard Roberts.
Yeah,
that he could play moves like that.
I mean, the way I see it, right? Like, you're taking e5, but then I'm noticing b7 is hanging, and yeah, black has some play with the queen activity, a rook coming to d8, all that good stuff. But white is a pawn ahead, and I would take the material here for sure.
Yeah, I see. Maybe bishop d6 to try to expose the king side a little bit. If you go g3, I can play now something like rook d8, or the point is there somewhere h5, h4, not right here, because bishop f4 is a threat, and it's really dangerous threat.
But I mean, your point stands that if you can bring this pawn to h4, the situation with the bishop d6 coming, we can see that black has a ton of play here. We have to be a bit precise, but yeah, I agree that black has a lot of play, but I would still take the pawn, even though I see your point clearly that black has some activity.
Yeah, you know what? Looking at the clock, I think if this clock is correct, what we have, seems like Hare Krishna has increment on his clock, and Wesley have spent a lot of time here. So sometimes this time situation says so much about the position and how players are feeling about the position.
Right. I mean, if the clocks are correct, that means that this is all preparation for white and definitely not preparation for black. That is very bad news for Wesley So, because he didn't get off to a great start drawing with the white pieces yesterday. It wasn't about the result. It was more about he didn't really ever have much of anything. And now with black, he's already defending a tough looking position.
Yeah.
So
not easy day for him.
No, I do not envy his task one bit.
Yeah, shall we go to the game of Hikaru Nakamura, Andrei Esipenko, because there are some pieces hacking at the same time, and it's quite dynamic.
Okay, I'll bring up that game. Here we are. So we see that after pawn takes d4, Hikaru did not move his knight, and he played b4. This is what great players do, is just because their piece is under attack, they don't think, I have to move that piece. He instead throws in the move b4, because if you take the knight, white takes this bishop, and after c takes d2, bishop takes d2. Yes, white has isolated pawns, but that's not the important thing. This bishop is great. A rook's coming to b1. The other bishop is going to be unopposed. So if you play c6, that bishop may work its way to d6. This is, I mean,
it's
just
a good looking position.
pretty much losing for black despite being 0 material down. It's just a terrible situation. So that's why Andre, way too strong. He brought his bishop back to b6. And now I like knight a4.
Yeah, knight a4 looks white's next move. To attack the bishop on b6. Okay, here's a question. This bishop is now stuck between the pawns, right? So is white going to take that bishop, or knight goes to c5 to annoy the pawn on b7 and allow black to capture this knight by himself?
It's a very good question. I think I think I would not take that bishop, at least not for the near future, because it's not doing anything, right? It's just sitting there protecting the pawn. So I'm in no rush. I mean, my knight is perfectly fine where it is. So I think that Hikaru will leave the bishop there for now. The one reason you may have to, not have to, but you may say it's either now or never, is the move c6. But we were talking about the position where the bishop was on e7. We're fine putting the knight on c5 anyway, because white still gets a bunch of pressure against black's position. So I think that he's not going to take this bishop on b6, even if it can move away. He's going to leave it and say, you're wasting time. You're continuing to use the same piece over and over again, whereas I'm going to build up in an attack against your d4 pawn, use the c file, and maybe bring the knight to c5 anyway.
Yeah. Also, the engine says here that white has very good position. We see the bar is all the way on the side of the blackboard. And also time situation here, once again, if the times are correct, says that Hikaru is well prepared in this game, and Esipenko is struggling to find the right continuation.
I do not like this position for black. There are no easy targets to go after in white's position. E2 would be the one pawn to go after. Another idea that is common in a situation like this is to sacrifice a pawn with d3. And I was thinking about that, but I wasn't totally buying it, because after d3, I thought that white would take back with the pawn. And after bishop to f5, going directly for this pawn here, I thought white had this very nice move, knight c5. Because you're defending the pawn right now. And if you remove the defender, this is exactly what you were talking about earlier with the e3 move. It's a bishop coming to b2 on a long open diagonal, and there's a one on g2 also on a long open diagonal. So white's bishops are just supreme.
Yeah, that's right. But maybe this is the most practical chance here for black to at least activate the light square bishop and have some target on d2.
Yeah, it's one of these things where you don't love the outcome, but it's better than the alternative, because if you don't play d3, white is going to play d3 himself, and then you're stuck with this pawn here, and you're not getting after the e2 pawn. I know you could put a rook on e8 and a bishop on g4. We were talking about this in the Oparin game against Wojtaszek, but white can very easily defend that pawn with a rook e1, not to mention the b7 pawn is always a target. So I think that black isn't quick enough to put serious pressure on white's position. And you made this point. I'm actually really liking your point. E3 is a reasonable response, not just d3 for white, but e3, because if you take, and then this pawn takes here, the rook is open, the bishop's coming to b2, and it's clear that white's pieces are all working together marvelously, excuse me.
Yeah, it does. But like this position, so many ideas like tactical motives can come up here in this position if you have open a file in this long diagonal for the bishop.
I really like Hikaru's position. I'm nervous for Andre. Of course, he's a great player. He famously beat Magnus Carlsen in their game in Vikonsé 2021. He was only eliminated in the World Cup by Magnus Carlsen. So for Yesipenko, he's great. He's still really young, but this is such a nice position, nice edge for Hikaru.
Yeah, but also we saw such a save from him from yesterday's in yesterday's game against Grishuk. Myself personally, I thought that he cannot save that position in the end game, but he came up with so nice idea to chase the Black's pieces, and then Black was actually Grishuk was the one who had to make a draw.
No, it's true. So he has shown that he's a resourceful defender. And speaking of Grishuk, we haven't checked on his game, so I figure maybe we'll go look in the same group here at the game between Bakro and Grishuk. And Kitty, this is what I meant earlier when I asked you if some of these players with the black pieces felt like they needed to try to win. I think from the very first move of the game, Grishuk is showing that he's playing for a win. He's playing the Pirc, knight c3, g6, and this is not what Grishuk normally plays, right? He plays Sicilians, he plays e4, e5, largely Sicilians, but in this game, he chooses to play like I do in online blitz games. This is what I play in all my, something like this in blitz games, and he plays b6. So he gives up the center for White's pawns, but he's playing this sort of modern or like hyper modern approach, I should say, where the black pieces stare at White's center while White has the pawns in the middle of the board.
Yeah, sometimes this gets really annoying for this very strong center. You feel that you have a center, you have very active pieces, and out of a sudden Black can like just attack them, and it's quite annoying. And I know why you choose this setup for your blitz games.
Yeah, but this is not a blitz game, right? So for Grishuk, I think it's clear he wants to play for a position where instead of, if he played e5, maybe Bakro would have played that Berlin position where he just forced a draw essentially against Hikaru. And Grishuk wants a little bit more fight, but this is second black in a row. So from a tournament perspective, he has 3 white games remaining and only 1 black after this round. So he doesn't need to force anything. Like this is risky. I think he chose a risky opening.
Yeah, it can be. It really gives a lot of space. And in classical chess, maybe White gonna have enough time on the clock also to figure it out how to use this center.
Yeah, I mean, e5 is the most tempting thought to have, but you don't want to rush that decision either. But like, let's say bishop b7, because you played b6, looks like you want to fianchetto. Now White plays e5, and after takes, I do not really want to take with the pawn on e5, but even that doesn't look that appealing for Black, because if you trade queens, then White takes over this d file, this knight can go to d5 once this knight leaves f6. So I actually think that these positions still are quite promising for White, and Black needs to be really careful.
Yeah, I think next move, wherever the knight goes, and knight doesn't have really good squares for now, White's response can be to push e6 and try to break the pawn structure. And now there are many ideas, starting with knight g5, bishop c4, try to get this pawn back, and just to play on the weaknesses that Black has.
100%. I mean, you're going straight for the e6 pawn. If you go knight c5, even just a simple development move, bishop e3, trying to take down this knight, get to the e6 square. These positions very difficult for Black to play. I mean, it's so at this moment, that's why I think Grishuk is thinking, because bishop b7 is the move you play if you're playing bullet chess. You just went b6, you play bishop b7, but he's looking at e5, and after e5, you don't have to take the pawn. You can make a move like knight to d5, but you're about to see the bar. Yep, there it goes, because your e6 move anyway is just really strong. If you take, there's already a rook in place to go for this, so knight g5, bishop g4. e6 is falling, and your king is in really big danger.
Yeah, it is. So for this reason, Grishuk here is thinking, is there any alternative that he can play? For instance, he can't really stop e5 with knight d7. I don't really think that's the move he can play. Okay, can you tell us what's Black's plan here as you're playing like bishop e7? Is Black going to play e5 or c5? What's the next moves?
Well, I know that white wants to play e5, so I'm really struggling to see how black deals with that. And this is where the bishop on c8 is important. So actually, this is because we just went through that analysis. I think I want to keep the bishop on c8 for the time being. Knight f to d7 is a move. I think you mentioned it. It stops e5, but it also undevelops one of your pieces and gets in the way of the knight on b8. Not the end of the world. And this is the way you play in these kind of hippo, modern, Peertz type positions. Sometimes you just sort of wait to strike in the center. But white can play moves like bishop g5, queen d2, try to go bishop h6. It's clear that white is the side for choice, but at least black isn't in any sort of immediate danger. Another idea, I guess, because I want to keep the bishop covering e6 is knight c6, but I don't really want my knight on c6 so badly, but it's not maybe the worst decision. But now I would consider d5 and knight d4. I play this as black and I never enjoy it. Let's put it that way.
Is there a way that you might consider to play e6 with black? With the idea just to stop pawn coming to e5 and then e6?
Yeah, it's a reasonable choice. I think white will still play e5. And after pawn takes e5, now take with the knight, because I'm just going to play bishop f3, try to use this diagonal to my advantage. My knight is well positioned on e5. So you solve one issue, but you're still lacking in development, and white can start striking on the diagonal.
Yeah, I see. Wow, that's quite a position here for white. You have only developed your pieces, you got your center, and thanks to your opponent, you have all of this and a lot of ideas here. So I think Bakr should feel really, really good right now.
And it's Grishuk's choice to have played this opening, but it's a bad sign. And it is Grishuk. So let me first say that if he's down on time, that doesn't matter. He's always down on time. He really loves the time trouble, but he's chose the opening. We know he's worse. He knows he's worse from an objective point of view. And he's also down 20 minutes on the clock. And that's what cost him yesterday. If you gave him a few more minutes, he probably could have won that game against Yesipenko, and he didn't have the time to work through the complications. So I don't like the start of this game for him.
Yeah, absolutely. There is one last game that we haven't seen yet. That's Report against Fedosiev.
Okay. Pulling up that game here. And, well, it looks like a normal Nimzo from my perspective, but we'll go back. Bishop b4, queen c2. All of this is pretty mainline stuff. And b6. So, Ketty, what do you play the Nimzo at all?
I play with white. I play with black. I used to love Nimzo with both colors, and I have played a lot of variations. And I can say that f3 e4 was my favorite setup with white. I never liked it to play with black.
Okay, well, that's what we're getting in this game. The knight went to h3. So at first, people are like, what? Are we sure this is a 2763 player? A knight on h3 doesn't report know that knights in the rim are dim. Well, as Ketty was talking about, f3 and e4. So white has established a marvelous center here, but black quickly strikes with c5. So in your experience, Ketty, you said you play with both colors. You like the setup. Kind of where do you see this game heading after we just saw the capture on c5?
Yeah, I love how Fedosiev is playing here, attacking right away this center. If you allow here white to develop the bishop and then get the pieces together, I have seen really strong attack on the king side with g4 and so on and so on. So what he's doing now is he's trying to open up the center. He has a weakness on d6, but that's not really big deal here, because black can save that pawn and black is not losing that pawn. And the knights are really strong here to maneuver a little bit about on c5. Sometimes another knight comes on e5 when it's not pinned. I have seen some moves also. It's not really working here. I'm not sure to push g5, but my point is, when black has not have dark square bishop, very often black is putting all the pieces and pawns on the dark squares.
That's 100% right. And you mentioned this pin, but we should remind everyone that it's not an absolute pin. So there's not a king behind it, which means the knight can still move. So if you lose sight of this tactic, knight takes e4 might be black's next move. If you play bishop e2, look at the evaluation bar. There it goes, because knight takes e4 says you can take my queen and then I'll take yours, and I just stole a pawn in the process. And if you take my knight, then I take your bishop and I still am up a pawn. So bishop takes d8, knight takes c3, pawn takes c3, just taking on d8. And I'm surprised it's -5 considering black's only at 1 pawn, but it's clear you're about to
Horrible position.
you just lose all your pawns on the queen side. So knight takes e4 is actually something that Fedoseev can go for. And it sort of, even here, right, the last few moves, in the move knight f2, like knight takes e4, we want to check every single turn. Was knight takes e4 a possibility? Because we have the same tactic. The answer is it's not as good, because after knight takes c3, what has bishop e7, you move the rook, and after bishop takes d6, this knight only has 1 square to a4, and after b3, this knight is just getting trapped. So that's why the rook on e8, that move by Fedoseev, it opened up the possibility to capture on e4. And actually, now that I think about it, I'm wondering, even after this moment here, was knight takes e4 possible? It's a lot to calculate, but it's still one of these positions where everything is hanging.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I think why black avoid that is just take the queen and then take this bishop back, for instance. Bishop c7, for instance. The knight is under attack, and when you move your knight, then c takes d6. This pawn is extra. It's just very strong pawn there, and the knight might have some issues on the edge of the board.
No, that's a really good point. The bishop c7, that's not a move that actually immediately came to mind for me, but that way you can take this pawn on d6 because the knight was hanging, and that would be scary for black. So in the game, as we return, it's here. That's why after knight said bishop f6 was played, and we're seeing a queen trade. There's no way to take like this, because after knight g4, your king is in big trouble. So he takes with the queen, and after the queen trade, this is the live position. Kenny, you said the d6 pawn before, that's going to be the target. It's pretty clear that in this end game, or unless this queenless middle game, d6 is what black needs to keep an eye on.
Yeah, absolutely. But black should not be really worried about that, because in some lines, king can come on f8, d7. There are no queens on the board. There's also not any knight to be sacrificed on f5 or d5, like in Sicilian. There's not also dark square bishop to target these pawns with a check. So king can slowly come in the center. This is almost the end game. So this pawn on d6 gonna be safe.
All right, so I see your point. If you give black like that free turn to bring the king to e7, that won't be good. So I would try to strike quickly, because if your knight goes back to d7, you don't have a way to defend this pawn. So maybe I will castle and go right for this pawn on d6.
Yeah, that's right.
So
black needs to keep the move rook d8. That move needs to become, at any point white attacks d6 pawn. It's a weakness. It's a weakness for sure. So black has to be aware of that, and black should not cover d-file by the knight.
But then your knight's going to weird squares. Knight a6 is a hard move to play, just because on the side of the board. But you're right, you don't lose the pawn. If you give black a few free turns to bring the king to e7, then you're feeling better. But I don't like the knight on the rim over here.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
So I would take white, but I agree with you.
I can suggest another idea here, like for instance, to bring knight on b3. Oh no, it's and rook d1. I really wanted to suggest e5 and knight d4 right away, but that seems too risky, as rook can take on d6, and then after rook d8. Are we that brave to sacrifice a pawn for that position?
What I always say, Katie, not my pieces. So I'm happy to sacrifice anybody else's pieces, and if it's not good, we just take it back. So I see what you're saying, though. This is a light square bishop, and so if we can establish a knight on d4, then we clearly have compensation. And e5 is an idea to do just that. a5 is not out of the question, to try to open up this rook, develop it from where it currently sits. So I see your point. I also see the eval bar. I'm noting that white should be better, but it's a complicated position where mistakes happen. So I think that it would be a good opportunity for Fedoseev.
Yeah, you know what? Before has been played here, and we're gonna see any knight moves. 97. I don't think that's gonna happen now. This kind of blunder. 94 or knight a6 or knight b3. Those are 3 opportunities. But I think knight a4 is not really working because after c5, bishop b5 is a real threat here.
Ooh, yeah, that's
so.
And
At least as.
So I was saying, even if you don't do that, then where's a knight going from here, right? It's kind of stuck.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
It might work and it might be the move to play, but it looks so odd over there on the rim.
Yeah, so that leaves us knight b3 and knight a6 opportunities for black.
Well, Fedoseev, he'll need to figure it out because it doesn't look like a particularly fun choice to make.
Yeah.
I'm just looking across the games to see if anything exciting is happening else.
Oh, you know what he can do there? Just to sacrifice d6 pawn, knight d7, rook goes on d1, attacking this pawn, and okay, you do it with a castle. So I'll go knight e5 now.
You're just gonna go for the c4
yeah,
pawn?
And if you take the rook on d6, or the pawn on d6, we can start with rook c8, hitting on c4.
Okay.
Yeah, and if rook goes on d4 or what, then you have also bishop a6.
Yeah, that's true. You're gonna win the pawn back, and that would definitely be sufficient for equality. So I think that what white has to do, and sort of what I was thinking long term, is that I'll give you my pawn on c4 back, and then we'll get to a position where I thought that because your pawn structure is like this, that white should just have a better end game.
Yeah, no, this is so bad. Maybe bishop a6 instead of taking the pawn on c4 can be black's idea. To take the pawn with the bishop and just get rid of that bishop. I don't like that bishop at all.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I guess maybe I b5 to consider, but still, your point is that you're just going right for this pawn, and that's the thing though about these positions, that even if the d6 pawn is traded for the c4 in this manner, white will still be better because your problems on the king side and the knight can go from color complex to color complex where the bishop is not going to be able to attack anything. So I think that white, no matter what, should be better. And for Rapport, this is like the exact type of position he could really just dream of as wanting to play for a win after a tough first game.
Yeah, that's true.
All
right.
I'm just looking see other game. I mean, all games are interesting right now. Which is catching your eye?
I see Wesley So played some other line that we were wondering how he was going to play after c4, right? And he has something. Let's take a look at that.
Okay. Oh, so he went c6, c4, and he went queen a5 because he didn't want to see white's pawn go up to a5. So what?
Yeah. Oh, you know what he wants? C takes d5. Sorry.
Well, you said oh, and then as soon as you said oh, I was like, oh yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Oh well. Yeah.
All right.
You saw it first. Yeah, you get all the credit. But as soon as you said, I was like, okay, I get it.
Yeah, this O was like a light at the bar when it goes all the way up and it's like, what's wrong? What's happening now? And you're forcing yourself to think what's going on. Yeah, so here the idea is that rook a5, queen a5 is such a tricky move. And if white is not careful and white goes on to this line now after rook d8, this pretty much forces white to take the rook, because if you take the queen on a5, then this lovely rook on a5 will be trapped by the bishop e4.
Ouch. Yep.
Not fun at all. So knight a5 is such a tricky idea. Queen a5, sorry. So in this case, what happens after rook d5, rook d8, and rook d8?
Okay, so rook takes back, and I mean, black clearly has great play compared to some of those other positions. The rook, the queen. Where's this queen going? E2, I guess you have to go, and even like queen d5 is not out of the question. Rook d5, rook d4, going after this pawn here. Oh yeah, I like this. Rook d4 and then queen d5, and I think black is not worse.
Yeah. That's a very nice resource that Black just found. Queen a5.
So you know what's going to happen, Ketty, because there's such a good resource that we see Hare Krishna put c takes d5. After pawn takes, he's not going to take on d5. He's going to say your pawn is a weakness, and this is what these super GMs do. They're so good at this. They're like, I know you want to take a pawn, and everybody watching will take pawn. He's going to make some quiet move like b3 or like, and okay, black just took back.
Rook d3, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Rook d3. Trying to swing over to the king side. This is a weakness that's going to remain there. f4, f5, f6 is not out of the question either. They're just moving the bishop out, developing, and going after this pawn later. So Hare Krishna, even though he's not going to win a pawn right now, he'll remain better because his pawn structure is better.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this strategy to keep the weakness and keep the position going on, because white has so active pieces and white has this potential attack on the king side that black has to take care of, actually.
Rook d3. It's one of these moves where someone picks up the rook and you expect them to play rook takes d5. Is that a mouse slip? No, it's just a great move. Rook d3. So yeah, I think that Wesley still has so much to figure out here with this pawn weak, as you keep mentioning. White has potential on the king side, because that's what you need to look at when you cut the board in half and white has an extra pawn on the right-hand side of the board. That's not going to be good news for the black king in many situations. So Katie, I think we're going to head to a break, but these players get no break. They're still trying to figure out all of these complexities, trying to work through the tactics and some of the endgame grinds. So we'll be right back for more from round 2 of the 2022 FIDE Grand Prix.
We're back at FIDE Grand Prix 2022, and this is round 2. All the games are still in progress, but we do have one end game, and we are predicting that this is going to be our first game ending today.
Yeah, certainly looking that way, and it's a good preparation by FIDE Gujarati with the black pieces. He is down a pawn now, so that's the difference from earlier to this moment. And if we see how we got here, rook e8 was played to defend the pawn, and he attacked the kingside pawn and went rook to b8, giving up his pawn on e6. But after king g5, this pawn on b4 is under attack, and if you make the mistake of playing a3, in comes rook to c8, pinning and winning the bishop. You see the eval bar just go very far down in black's favor. So that's why b5 was played. And Ketty, I think this was a great choice by FIDE to get the rooks off the board.
Yeah, because he secures himself, and in this end game, he has nothing to worry about.
That's right, because the power of opposite colored bishops is you can never protect c7 if you're looking at this from Vincent's perspective, and black will keep it covered. And the thing you don't want to do is allow this, white king somehow to get to d7, but you're going to see that coming. You're going to bring your king around, king f4, king e5, and there's no way in for white, because as soon as the white king even gets to b7, the black king comes right to d6. So there's just no path forward. I mean, the king won't even get this far. It's wishful thinking to try to crisscross, zigzag all the way up here. It's just
white will try obviously to get the king there unless they agree draw right away. But that's so good point to keep the king in the center and to control the white's king and chase the white's king, and it's going to be just safe. I don't believe here black is going to attack the g6 pawn, g2 pawn, or c6 pawn, because the bishop is there and bishop can easily guard that. So black shouldn't go really far on g3 square, but instead black should keep the king and remain this king in the center.
Right, because king coming to f4, the king can threaten king g3, but as you were saying, not really a threat, because as soon as the king gets to g3, this bishop just comes to d5 where it defends. So the king will likely just go back to e5, stay centralized, maybe come to d6, and there's no way forward for Vincent. It's just his pawns can't continue up the board, and that means it should just be a draw. And I like the decision by FIDE. He goes down material, but makes his life as easy as possible. He knows for a fact this will be a draw.
Yeah. He knows that, and I think both players are fine to make a draw here in the second round. But seems like Kmar is in a really good form so far. He had nothing to worry about his position in both games today and yesterday as well.
Yeah, he's playing at a high level. I think he might be a little disappointed about yesterday's game because he really had such good chances. About 20 moves into the game, but this one, it was a test of FIDE's preparation and knowledge. FIDE shows that he's able to handle it, and so Vincent will go to 1 out of 2, and for FIDE, he'll go to half out of 2. He still does have some time to strike back. You get to play everybody twice. So he lost to Levon yesterday. He'll play Levon in a future round, and he'll get the white pieces. So that's going to be a huge game if FIDE has any hopes of winning his pool.
Yeah. Robert, can we go very quickly to the game of Shirov and Dominguez, because something crazy is happening right there.
Oh. What? Okay. First of all, only one pawn has been traded for each side, right? Am I doing the correct math? Yes. And the last move was d5 here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to suggest 2 games actually, but then I saw d5 and I was like, no, this goes first here. Because look at the center and look how active black's pieces are.
It's funny because the move d5, it just looks like it gives away a pawn. So why was d5 played to begin with? So let's think about why you'd want to get rid of this e4 pawn. It opens up the diagonal to go after the c2 pawn. That can be quite dangerous for white to deal with. And let's say black had made another move. I mean, rook c8 comes to mind. If black just goes here, going to semi-open file, it's likely that Dominguez was a bit concerned about his bishop on g4. So h3, where's your bishop going? And if it goes to like e6, then even with like g4, because you're threatening g5, and this pawn on e5 is overloaded defending the knight on d4, because after bishop takes f4, rook takes f4, pawn takes, I don't take your pawn, of course, I take your knight. So I get two pieces for the rook, and I'm going to checkmate you on the dark squares. So I think that's one of the major reasons why d5 was played by Dominguez here, is it frees up the f5 square for his bishop in case the pawn takes. And if you go h3 now, the bishop goes to e6, protects this pawn, and there's all these tactics everywhere. The center might collapse at any moment for both sides. It's so messy.
It is very messy. And you know what? He did not really spend much of the time here for this move. I would spend at least like half an hour to sacrifice the pawn. This pawn is hanging, and white can simply take it. White can still go ahead with this idea that you suggested, f3, g4. Also looks quite tempting for white, but he's not spending much of the time. And I think he is well prepared for this kind of positions, or the position is so good for him that he feels that's the move that he has to play.
I mean, these games are being relayed, so sometimes the clocks are a little bit off, but from what I'm seeing here, an hour lead on the clock for Dominguez, 28 minutes to make 27 moves. If you're Shirov, I mean, 27 moves in this position, you might be in trouble in the next 3 moves. So he plays h3, and his clock went up a little bit. So we see that the adjustment is happening. That's on the relay. But I think just bishop e6, because you're defending this pawn. So it's not even a sacrifice anymore. I guess we should note quickly, Katie, that after e takes d5, I mean, people are probably wondering, isn't that just a free pawn? You see the evaluation bar going down for a number of reasons here. But bishop f5, bishop f5 comes to mind, rook c8, just to pile on the pressure here against the c2 pawn. This is not really what you're looking for if you are Shirov. You're not fully developed, right? On the king side, you're knight on g1, your rook on h1, and you're quickly being attacked. So that's why Shirov instead went h3, and now it's Dominguez on the clock, and I think he'll just retreat his bishop to e6 to defend the pawn.
Is there some way that he might sacrifice this bishop, like play something else and then allows white to capture that bishop, or is it too much?
Probably because the bishop on h6 is also loose. There's no way to like take on e4 and try to take on f4 or take back on g4. It feels like it's too eager, you know, like I would love to make that work, but I definitely don't want to open this rook up. So I think that black can claim a nice position after bishop e6 anyway, because after e takes d5, I wouldn't even be surprised if bishop f5 is better than capturing on d5. Like you can play knight takes d5, you have enough defenders, but what are you doing about your c2 pawn?
Yeah, I have no idea how white can play here. Like rook c1 looks so bad move. This is just a bad looking move. I love b5, b4 idea,
I'm just pushing my
and rook
pawns.
c8 will come and attack on c2.
This is not what you want if you're down 50 minutes on the clock. You do not want to be facing an attack like this. You just don't have time to calculate it.
Absolutely. Wow, that's very sharp position. And what happens once again after bishop e6 and g4?
Okay, so g4, right, going for g5. And the point, again, is that bishop takes f4, the rook will take, and the knight is hanging. I think the difference at this moment is that now you can take on e4, right? The pawn was on d6 in the other variation we were looking at, because instead of d5, we were looking, let's say black plays a little more slowly, then g4 works because black isn't threatening in the center. So white is about to play g5, or if you move your bishop away, then white plays f5 and just kind of crashes through on the king side. So that's why d5, creating that tension instead of a slower move, is so strong that after g4, I just take on e4 now, and my knight's defended, which means f4 might be hanging. It's perhaps very playable for white, but it's getting really messy.
Yeah, absolutely. Because with g5 can be played here.
I was thinking I I have this move e3. I was hoping that it worked, and after queen takes e3, I didn't. I mean, there's like your queen is here, so I thought bishop f5, and then like take, and your queen's under attack, and I think it works out for black because let's say you make a move rook c1, even here e takes f4, queen takes f4, I can just make the move knight h5. So I save my knight. Your g5 pawn's hanging. The queen defends this knight here. c2 is you just everything's working for black.
Oh, fun. Yes. So this is quite complicated position. Maybe we can leave this position, and we do have a suggestion in the chat to get to the game of Rupert and Fedosiev, because that's getting really interesting as black just decided to sacrifice a d6 pawn.
Okay, first of all, never listen to chat, Teddy. Come on, rule number one. But it seems like it was a good suggestion because we were talking about knight to b3. So Fedosiev has no fear. He brings his knight into b3, and after rook d1, plays a5. We were talking about e5 and a5 before.
Yeah.
So it makes perfect sense to me because you would like to start opening up lines for your rook. The king is still in the center.
That's very interesting because here we might have some straightforward line. After rook takes d6, this rook will also attack the pawn on b6, right? So AB, and maybe rook a1 now right away.
Looks completely reasonable, and I'm not sure, do I bring my rook back or do I block with my knight? And this is messy. It might just be bad for black, honestly, because bishop e2 is the next choice, and the king is perfectly safe, and the king can also castle, go to f2, and b6 is a permanent weakness. It might just fall.
Yeah, that's actually what would bother me if I were black, just to lose this pawn. And after capturing this b6 pawn, the bishop will be also hanging, so black has to take care of that bishop. But I kind of have a feeling there is something hidden, and black planned something here.
He better have. That's what I gotta say, because this looks very shaky for black at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't really like this position for black.
I don't think Fedosiev likes the position either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we go back here, like I think after this exchange on f6 and b4, he's realizing that he needs to do something energetic. Otherwise, he's just going to be in big trouble. Like if he played knight a6, he doesn't lose the pawn on d6, but white can play kind of simply like rook d1 instead of castling. I mean, maybe castling is also good. Rook d1, you play rook to d8, and then white plays bishop e2. Like your pawn is weak, and unless you can make d5 work, which I don't think you can right now. I mean, maybe it's possible, but I thought that it would be too soon. And this move bishop b5, for example, disconnecting your rooks, and the knight is bad. Maybe black's okay, but look at these pawns. It's not a position you want to get.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we have the situation a5, and white is thinking, and white probably is considering to capture the d6 pawn. I don't really like move like b5 here. It just allows knight to get on c5, beautiful square. And also the other move is like just to simply ignore that and try to develop your king side with bishop e2. But this allows black to have really good counterplay on the open a file after AB, rook a4 maybe. So all these lines brings us to rook d6 here.
There's one other move that I've been sort of in my head trying to calculate, and I'm telling you, I can't really assess what's happening, is if instead of taking on d6, I stop on d3, just to ask you where your knight's going. Because if you go knight a1 or something like that, then your knight's in the corner, and that looks a little weird, but maybe it's okay because your knight can go to c2. If you go knight c1, I'll play rook c3, and after knight a2, I have rook c2, and I've trapped your knight. So I'm not trying to chase your knight around. And if you play a4, now I don't have to worry about the A file opening, so I take on D6. So black would just be crushed if you played A4. But the thing I wasn't sure about is what if you sacrifice your piece? Just play A takes B4 here. Because after rook takes here, pawn takes A3, now you have 2 pawns for the knight and you have a passed pawn. So I have to go rook B1. And this is a position I couldn't assess accurately.
Yeah.
It's 2 pawns and a very, very passed pawn for a knight.
Yeah. It's hard to even know avoid this position. So sometimes, when you're going into some deep lines, you might do not take a look at the moves like rook d3, something like intermediate move, which can change so much in the position.
Yeah, I mean, after here rook d3, that's rook d4 would change a lot in black's favor, it'd be a blunder, but rook d3, you're just asking where this knight goes, and yeah, a4 would be a big mistake, closing the position. And so then it's either knight a1, which may be possible because there is a lot happening over here.
Yeah. You know what can do here? Rook c3, stack this knight over there and then continue to play like bishop d3, bishop e2, and castle.
I just feel like the knight's safe now because the rook, the rook protects it.
Yeah.
It does look quite suspicious though. I mean, there's a knight on a1, right? Like, it's not really where you want your knight to be.
But it's safe at least and it's not lost.
Right. It can be protected by another rook if you double along the a file, and maybe that's going to be okay for black. So very strange position. But yeah, I don't know. Rook takes d6 is the most natural move, but I do see some counterplay, some compensation for black. But I still think white is better after that move. So Report can grab that pawn and then figure out the rest afterwards.
Yeah. Shall we go to the game of Dubov and Aronian as they have less and less pieces on the board?
Let's go there.
We might have another game ending very soon.
All right. So this looks very even. Both sides just queen, knight, and 6 pawns. So we haven't looked at this game in a long time. I don't remember. Well, we looked at only the beginning, actually. Like, we didn't look too much afterwards. So c4 was in fact played. That's why Dubov didn't play c3 earlier. And then it looks like Levon had this line well prepared. The queen's under attack, goes back. Bishop takes d4. So it's even material. And now black is able to capture and bring the knight back. So you asked what was the future of the knight. Finally, Levon informs us to bring it back here. And it seems like after this, it's been a very solid game for both sides, where finishing development and here just trading off pieces. No weaknesses for either player. It seems like a very clean and even game.
Yeah, I thought it could be like really huge fire at the beginning when we started, but they sometimes try to be very solid in the games, right? And they don't really want to lose any point here because it's a knockout system and it can cost a lot. And you might not have a time to recover this loss. So they're trying to go easy, I think, in this game.
But it's a great result for Levon because he beat Vidit in the first game. Now he's drawing without really too much stress against Dubov with the black pieces. So he gets Vincent Keimer next, and Vincent's been playing a great event thus far, but Levon gets white. Vincent's much lower rated, has much less experience. I mean, if Levon can keep up this form, and if somehow he can beat Vincent tomorrow, then it looks like the pool is not locked up, but it's getting to be his for the taking.
Yeah, that's right. Shall we get to the game of Radoslav Wojtaszek and Grigory Oparin?
Okay.
We do have there already the end game.
Oh, but this looks so bad for black. It's an extra pawn for white with the bishop pair and with the outside pass pawn and these double isolated pawns and that isolated pawn. Can you tell that I don't really like black's position, Kenny?
I can't blame for that.
Yeah. This looks really bad. I guess we should see how he got it.
Yes, it's like White has very clear plan here. Just what happens if White just advances the pawns, creates a pass pawn, and that's it.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to stop that. These pieces are on the wrong side of the board as well. A lot of red for Black's pieces and a little, nice blue for White's pieces. This is as bad as it gets. So let's see how we got here. We last saw Bishop G4. F3 was played.
Yeah.
The Bishop went to F5. We said this might happen. And then Wojtaszek played Queen D2, Rook E1 to defend the E2 pawn just in case. And just a very solid game. I mean, he defends the pawn here. His knight's blockading the isolated pawn. Queen F6, Queen G5. You're up a pawn. You have the bishop pair. Why not? Oh, this is a really nice move because it actually gives a pawn back on E2 with check. And he said, all right, you can have the pawn. And here, why G takes... Okay, this I don't understand.
Maybe he was afraid of, no, I don't know. Probably he wants to bring the knight on F4 at some point.
Yeah, but I mean, look what happened in the game. He just took on B6 and we're looking at this position. So I would have for sure have captured with the 9 F6. White is better no matter what. That's clear. I mean, even trading rooks here, I guess the knight can also take on E8, but no matter what happens, you lose the B6 pawn. So White is better. And maybe he saw this position as equally bad because the pawn structure on the king side is less important than the marching pawns. But Katie, I just can't get behind Black's position in this game.
Yeah, he just played here Rook E2. He's trying to get this rook on the second rank to create some danger. But Bishop F1 seems so safe at any point when knight jumps on F4 that should not be enough for Black.
I would play Bishop D4 just to defend and get the bishop out of the way as the pawns go up. But I mean, Knight F4, you mentioned Bishop F1. And where's your rook going? You can't go Rook D2 because Bishop E3 is a fork.
Yeah.
And if you go Rook C2 over here, I could take your pawn on F6. I don't think that's out of the question. Maybe I can just play A4 as well and start doing what we keep talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, Black can play something like Knight E2 to get into the opposite color bishop endgame, but all White's pieces are so strong, and White has such a clear plan here to create a pass pawn that the fact that it's opposite color bishop, I think, is not going to play here a huge role.
And this king on G8 actually isn't that safe once you lose the F6 pawn. So maybe there is some hope. Maybe I'm a little too pessimistic about Black's chances because if we go to the game position for a second, Knight F4, Bishop F1, I see that as a start, but I'm trying to figure out, is there some sort of, not checkmating net, of course White's not going to get checkmated, but is there some kind of attack that Black can build that gives Oparin some chances to hold? Because I think that in this circumstance here with Rook C2 and let's say B4, like, can I go for this pawn on F3? And once I get there, I mean, this king on G1 really is not in the best position. And then the opposite colored bishop position becomes a little bit better, or at least more appealing for Black.
Yeah, if how about we start to push the pawns right away? Like instead of Bishop D4, maybe B4, and try to play next move A4, B5, A5 really fast. As Black might have some counterplay on the king side, and maybe we need to hurry up a bit.
Okay, so you'll play B5, like you said.
B5, yeah.
Push the pawns. So what if... Okay, if I put Bishop H5, you probably will just keep pushing your pawns and show no fear because you're going to get a queen over there. I mean, it's a pretty straightforward plan for the most part.
You just need 3 more moves.
I think Black would have to play a move like D4 just to get the bishop, but White is like very clearly for choice. You have 2 pawns. They're just marching up the board. Yeah, no, this is no fun for Oparin.
Yeah, in the game, Wojtaszek decided to bring the bishop on D4, and that's the position we have right now.
Mm-hmm. And rook
and
c2.
rook c2.
Okay, so this knight f4 is happening next, and the bishop is going to go to f1.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the benefit of rook on c2? So if you play like a4 now,
Maybe
then
bishop d3.
exactly. So he can try to get this
Mhm.
bishop and come after the white king. Oh, that's a clever move order.
Yeah.
So maybe just bishop f1 anyway. Just say,
Yeah.
I'm not letting your bishop back in the game.
Yeah, if you're clever, I'm cleverer.
You're the cleverest. I mean, the bishop's bad. I think that's really what's keeping white ahead. And that's why the evaluation bar is saying that white is almost 2 pawns better. You're 1 pawn ahead right now, but this bishop isn't in the game. So keeping it out is important. You mentioned the bishop d3 idea. White takes care of that in advance. And after knight f4, we're back to where we came from, where you could take on f6. You could probably play a4 as well to try and push those pawns up the board. But I think bishop f6 seems pretty clear.
Yeah, this is actually very dangerous because black has to be really careful because there can be some threats as rook a1, rook a8, some checkmate threats right away, or just to activate the rook e7, go for another pawn on b7. Whenever the bishop gets on f6, white can control the dark squares on the king side.
Yeah, checkmating net is right there. Black still has life in the position going for this f3 pawn, but that's what Oparin is relying on for dynamic chances to keep him alive in this game. And Wojtaszek needs precise play. So both players are looking for two very different things. Wojtaszek trying to coordinate, make sure that he can cement his advantage. And for Oparin, he just wants chaos. And chaos is where players go wrong, especially if their king is under attack. We get, we're emotional, we're human. We don't see as deeply as computers, not nearly as strong, of course, but still extremely strong in their own right. So for Wojtaszek, he needs to recognize that, yes, black is going to put some pressure. Again, and there he goes, bishop f1 to start, put pressure against the king, but it's not going to be the end of the world.
Yeah, that's right. Although we saw yesterday's game how Wojtaszek actually never missed a chance to outplay the opponent in the end game. So he's kind of player if he has a chance to fight for a win, he's definitely going in there, not giving any chances to the opponent to save the game. That's so right. He'll find all the precise moves, like starting with bishop d4. He's going with that, and maybe he will try to go with bishop f1. And this is also in the board right now.
Yeah, I think both players understand what's at stake in the moment. And for instance, like Oparin could play king g7. If we keep talking about the f6 pawn hanging, shouldn't we play king g7? But time is really important in positions like this, where, yeah, it's nice to protect f6 and then go knight to f4. But maybe white can, for the moment, give up on this plan and instead play in the center, like rook d1, going for this d5 pawn also makes sense. That's a target. Let's go for it. If you play knight f4, now I can move my bishop to c3 because I have a very safe configuration of pieces, and I'm going to stop my rook on d4 and try to win your pawn on d5. And opposite color bishops do not necessarily mean a draw. Here you see the evaluation bar going up because white's 2 pawns ahead. f6 is still weak. We're going to have a pass pawn on this side of the board. We have an h pawn that can go up as well. So yeah, it's just bad news for Oparin if this were to happen. So I don't think Oparin has that much time. He needs to play for some sort of initiative right now.
Yeah, I agree with that. And the factor that the rooks are still on the board, that's changed the game totally. And I'm sure that white will keep the rook at any cost. Maybe we can switch the game now, the position to Hikaru Esipianko, because we have not seen that game for a long time.
Okay. I'm pulling it up right now. And whoa. What? Oh, so this has changed a lot. Like a lot. Knight a4, rook e8. He did take the bishop. You asked the question. He answered differently than I did and played e3. Okay, so you'd spoken about this e3 move. I think it's a good choice. Knight e4, and went queen c4, which the evaluation bar does not approve of, which means that probably taking on e4 somehow is the best choice, but not a particularly human choice.
True.
You couldn't really pay me to take that knight in most occasions here.
True. Not easy to make that decision.
Like f6. I mean, why would I want to give all these squares to black?
Yeah. Maybe that's okay. Like after f3, rook c1.
Yeah, no, clear that I don't even know which rook. Oh, not that one. Probably this rook to c1. But I don't. This doesn't feel very human, you know, to like give up these squares in front of the king here. It feels like it, you know, with the evaluation bar off to the side, knowing that you have a really good move and that it's completely justified. That's one thing, but it looks like an opposite colored bishop's position. White's attack isn't leading to a checkmate. Black has this is holding everything together, so I think it's a really difficult move to play. So I don't blame Hikaru in the slightest for not taking on e4.
Yeah, absolutely. So instead of this, black managed to develop the bishop and then the queen, and here we have this situation right now.
Knight takes d2 is a fork, but a blunder because checkmate and the knight. So not such a free pawn. Queen d7 played instead, and now it's once again Hikaru's turn. So Ketty, I love a good bishop pair, but I also like that pawn on d3. So I'm actually not sure which side I would take. Probably white, but what about you?
Yeah, a d3 pawn is the reason why I think I would choose black here. And I kind of like the idea of, for instance, knight g5, knight g5, bishop e4, or bishop h3 to trade the light square bishop and then to try to attack those light squares.
For sure. I mean, if you can trade those light square bishops and this knight can go to g5, black all of a sudden is attacking. So this is a tricky position for Hikaru to deal with. I mean, there's some serious threats that black is about to be able to work towards, and maybe b5 is an option. And then don't count out a rook a6, rook h6. I mean, we're talking about how white is the one potentially attacking with the bishop on b2. But if we can swing our rook over to the king side, maybe it's black who will have an attack. So I mean, f3 is a possible move. I don't really, love the feel of it because of this b5 response. And then oh gosh, this knight's coming to c4.
Yeah, knight d6, knight c4 can be black's next moves.
This is a difficult position. I mean, I'm trying to think of what white should do right now, and I'm kind of struggling to come up with a clear idea.
Trade the knight, take the knight, and go in the same position.
I think it looks even less human now to do that because you're allowing the rook to come in with tempo, and the bishop's already here, the queen's on the light squares. But f3, I mean, this is still a possibility.
Yeah. f3. There is some ideas like to push e4, rook e1, rook e3 to avoid this d3 pawn.
True. I mean,
I kind of have a feeling if white allows in that position what we have now on the board with this b5, knight d6, knight c4, rook a6, rook h6, white might have really bad position.
Yeah, no, I think that because this pawn on d3 and the activity of black's pieces, if you allow a few turns, you're going to be in big trouble. So bishop e4 still a possibility. Very importantly, you gain a tempo with the checkmate threat, because if you don't get this move f3 in, like let's say you make some other move like a4, which is bad for many reasons, but you're about to have problems on the light squares. You can't move your rook away because then the queen, you see the evaluation bar go because the queen comes in to go deliver a checkmate on g2 here.
Yeah, that's not a job for white here.
Bishop takes e4. It's a really, it's actually very instructive for me. Like I'm looking at this and my instinct, my gut is like, I do not take a knight on e4 here with my bishop. But then the more we look at it, of course, we're back by the evaluation bar to help us, but it's something that I think we always, as students of the game, need to learn principles, learn how we should play the game, but also push back against those principles sometimes when the position may call for it, because every position is unique. And, just because in, let's say 95+% of positions, we don't give up our fianchetto bishop, this is an example of where we do. So I think bishop takes e4 is a nice choice that will give Hikaru some chances to press forward, because otherwise Yasipenko's pieces are going to come to life.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there a chance, for instance, to attack the c7 pawn? Is there change anything? Or, for instance, rook f to c1?
Just to go right for the pawn. I guess black has a few choices. I mean, c6 is always possible. c5 is not out of the question, especially with the f rook being gone, because now you're never taking on e4. The bishop will take back. So a move like c5. And if you give me one more turn, I'm going to play b5 and c4, and my pawns are just going to keep going. So I think this game is really unclear, and both sides have some serious chances.
Yeah.
Are there other moves?
Wow.
So we said f3. The point is that black plays b5, right?
b5 is such an amazing move.
No, this is not what you want. Can white play b5? Okay, that might be an idea. And the point is now you don't have b5 yourself, and it means you don't have any of these rook lifts. You still can't take on d2 because queen c3 will attack the knight in the checkmate. So maybe b5 for white is available.
Yeah.
I
don't know. I don't like this move.
Yeah, no, I don't like it either. I was just trying to stop, black's plan, because here black can play c6 or even c5, and
it's just sad that you have to play a move to avoid all that threats that opponents bring. So it means that you are the side who has to take care so much about the position and have to play moves like b5.
Yeah, you don't want to just be reacting to what your opponent is threatening. I agree. It doesn't feel like a move you want. So
you kind of admit that, I have problems and I have to block that problems.
Yeah, bishop takes e4 might be the move then. All right, we went through a process of elimination. All these other moves, we see the merit, but bishop takes e4. It's a big decision that Hikaru might just have to take if he wants to play for an advantage.
What do you think? Is he going to take that one? Like, what's the chances for that he gonna take it?
I can't put a percentage on it, but if anyone sees through the immediate downsides of the choice, I think it's Hikaru. I mean, I think he really will dive deep in the position, and bishop takes e4. It's a move that has risk to it, but it also could pay off, and he's trying to evaluate that, like to see if it's worth the giving up the light square bishop and weakening his king side.
Yeah.
So just an interesting, very interesting game.
Yeah, it is. There are lots of complicated lines that right now Hikaru is getting through. Maybe we can switch to the next game.
Okay.
Which can be Shirov and Dominguez. We don't have any move that yet. And Rapport Fedosiev is the position that we predicted earlier, as well as Wojtaszek Oporin. How about to get in the game of Hare Krishna and Wesley So?
Okay, I'm there. So after c takes d5, I mean, we saw queen a5, c takes, it's right before our break, he played rook d3. So Hare Krishna says, I'm not going to take the pawn. Wesley defends it. Bishop e3. Look at the evaluation bar. Really likes white's position. Queen b3. Watch out. Bishop b6 hits the queen, hits the rook. So queen b4 played. And now Hare Krishna's in a position, Ketty, where, I mean, zero risk, and he's about to win a pawn. I think that there are definite chances for Wesley to hold, but this is no fun.
Yeah, absolutely. white has all the pieces at the right place. And now black just gave up the pawn on d5. What is in his mind? Is he going to activate his rook? And he thinks that that's okay to lose a pawn for activity.
He's gonna have to think it's okay because he you know,
Like
had
he has no
real
other choice, right?
Yeah, I mean, this move King F8 is also instructive because I think some people may wonder, well, if you're talking about Rook C2 as a plan, why not play it right away? And Rook C2, it looks like a good move, but once we get into this position here, there's a back rank checkmate. And after the move King to F8, so that way you don't get back rank checkmated, the move Rook D7 is not going to be very fun for black, because if you lose this B7 pawn, this A6 pawn also becomes weak. And let's say we just put this on the board here, trade. Now white has this move Bishop C5 check, because the bishop on B4 is pinned. And I think that this is, it's like kind of a pin that you're not getting out of. So if you move here, I'm not going to take you. I don't want to take you. I'm just going to kind of keep my hold on the position. One idea is Rook E7 check. Sometimes that will work, but I can even make a move like E6 and then start trying to take your pawns over here on the king side. I'll give you my A4 pawn. So just to get here, you take A4, I take H7, and these two pawns, extra pawn for white, but it's 2 on none on the king side versus a 1 pawn for black. On the queen side, you see the evaluation bar is very high because the rook sits behind black's pawns and then white's pawns move together.
Yeah, so dangerous here to play this endgame against the connected pass pawns on the side. So quite tough, a decision that black had to make with king f8, and now he's hoping that if white gets the d5 pawn, then I'll get the rook activated, and that's gonna save me losing the game.
Yeah, he can bring his king first, and then rook's coming to c2, and there's nothing you can do because the bishop on b4 takes away the d2 square from the rook. King e6 is coming right in. King activity, right? The king is a weapon in the end game, whereas earlier in the game it needs to be defended. Now it's going to venture out into the open and help black survive this one. So yeah, the counterplay is clear for Wesley So, and he's relying on that. And what I love the most, Ketty, that Hare Krishna has done is rook takes d5 is again available. I get this feeling that he might not play that move. It's possible he doesn't play that.
Yeah, I'm starting to look at bishop b6 right now. This kind of move to attack the rook on d8 and somehow to control more squares, more dark squares on the side. And then maybe this move can change something.
Yeah, no, it definitely can. I mean, the bishop on b6 is well placed. So rook takes d5 is an option. We can also do what he did earlier. Instead of going rook d2 to d3, now he goes rook d3 to d4, just to attack the bishop, because if you play a5, now your pawn's on a square that I can attack. So after rook d5, rook d5, rook d5, and you play rook c2, you'll notice there's a pretty big difference here, and that's the pawn is on a5. So maybe white can just go ahead and grab that pawn. Also, because the bishop is where it is on b6, maybe the rook can go this way, and then tactically speaking, you have a problem because the pin still exists on the b file over here.
And even better pin exists because after this, capturing the pawn, black might lose some material.
Yeah, it's bishop b6, really, really good move, I think, that you're suggesting here. Just to force rook d7, you don't want to play rook e8 because after rook takes d5, now white steals the pawn, and this king is going to be in danger as the rook gets along the 7th rank. So I think rook d7 is forced, and now stopping with rook d4 looks like a really good move as well.
Yeah, I like this move.
And bishop c5 is a blunder because there's rook c1, and I'm gonna take you with check.
Yeah, that's what happened to me when you say, oh, that the moment I realized that bishop c5, rook c1 is a horrible blunder, just like that happened before. So yeah, bishop, you know what, this actually forces dark square bishop to go on e7, which supposed to be the square for the king, because we were talking about king's activity.
Right. So I mean, now I think that white can take and be happier about this position, because after rook c2, I guess rook d7 is possible, and just taking this pawn with back rank problems for the black king. So if you take, it's already a threat to get you on the back rank, and at least the black king is cut off from the rest of the board. White can consider playing the move a5 to protect the bishop. So black has a lot to figure out here. And Kitty, I love how we speak chess. You know, one of us says, oh, and the other one immediately knows what they're thinking. It's a telepathy.
That's a signal.
Yeah.
I enjoy that too. One game has been ended, and that's Levon Aronian. They made a draw. Yeah, they had nothing much to fight for, and it was okay for both, and especially for Aronian, it was very much okay to end this game and a draw with black pieces.
Yeah, just a repetition of moves here. Nothing really to be said about this position, but a fair result, a very clean game from Aronian after what was probably an unexpected opening. His opening was good.
And Robert, can I say of something that's gonna be a really big thing for us and the viewers before we go to the break? Hikaru Nakamura against Osipenko, he actually captured that knight.
Wow.
Gave up the light square bishop.
It's a big decision for Hikaru, but he goes with it. He takes on e4, and that means he's gonna have to worry about his king, but he's noting that this pawn on d3 might have gone too far. He's gonna seize the initiative first. So we'll see how this continues. But as you said, Katie, we're gonna go to break, everybody. We'll be back shortly for more from round 2 of the 2022 FIDE Grand Prix. Title Tuesday is now double the fun. 2 weekly tournaments with triple the prizes, totaling over $250,000 a year. Tune in each week at 8 a.m. and 2 p.m. Pacific to see your favorite title players battle out right here on chess.com. And the person who won the first double Title Tuesday was Hikaru Nakamura. We have been watching his game here at the FIDE Grand Prix. And Ketty, he made the decision to take on e4. So he got rid of his bishop for that pesky knight that was sitting in the center. And after a couple moves here, rook e7 by black, the question for Hikaru is, will he be able to obtain an even larger advantage? We know the evaluation bar is in his favor, but opposite color bishops, no extra material. Do you think he can try and win this game?
I think he is at the right path, and he knows what he's doing. For this reason, he made such a big choice to take the knight down, give up the light square bishop, and I think he knows how to get even more advantage here in this position.
Well, one of the ideas, the main idea for white, is at some point to play e4, and if the queens are off the board, then the king could maybe walk into e3, put pressure on this pawn on d3 over here. But for the time being, it's actually not easy to trade queens for white, because if you play queen d4, after queen takes d4, you do not want to take with the pawn. And if you take with the bishop, you drop your pawn on a3. So you have to be on the lookout for pawns that could potentially be a little bit loose. So in this position, queen d4, of course, will not be played. But one of the ideas may be to trade queens. And then, as we were talking about, walk the king up the board.
Yeah, absolutely. That can be also a reason why engine gives advantage here to white. It's like maybe longer perspective, and it can go to all the way in the end game. What do you think here if white starts to attack on g7 pawn and just force black to move with the pawns, for instance, queen c3? Black has to play f6 here, and at some point you might use this diagonal for checks, or now it looks quite artificial to push. It's too much to push h pawn all the way to h6 to break those pawn chain. But in the end game, in the future, if queens are off the board, why not to do that? Like king f2, h4, h5, rook h1, just like that.
Yeah, no, if the queens are off the board, white has so much more flexibility. Of course, if you play h4 too soon, the queen comes into h3. This is how you get in trouble in games like this. So I'm with you that white could threaten the mate. I'm wondering, one of the big questions is, should black play f6 to stop the diagonal, or because you have the 7th rank covered, play f5? It's more committal because you'll never be able to block the diagonal, but at the same time, now white is almost never going to be able to play e4, and maybe you can claim, if you're Yesipenko, that white can't make any progress, and I'm just going to sit like this with all my pieces just nice and close together.
Yeah. I think that's a very good choice here. Instead of passive f6, just to go forward, guard g7, and also try to avoid e4, which can be really a dangerous threat. e4, rook e1, rook e3, d3 pawn will be hanging.
Right, just trying to pile up on the d3 pawn. And I mean, if we go back before rook to c1, the pawn on a3 was defended. So queen d4 forces a queen trade. We keep talking about playing, e4 and getting the king up. This honestly looks really good for white. I'm not sold that it's winning. Of course, white has a major advantage, but the problem with doing something like this is you can't take it back. That if this position is not winning, and in fact, maybe black can even play bishop a4 to c2 and just defend that pawn in a kind of obscure way. But the good news for white is in a position like this. Let's say black plays bishop a4, and we're going to play bishop c2, like just to defend the pawn. White's not going to win any material, but white can push. White can push, rook g1. There's nothing that black can really do, whereas white has a free hand to kind of activate on the king side. Now, that doesn't mean the game will be won. Just because you're more active doesn't mean that there's a way to crash through, but it's clear that white has all the play on this board, and black is just sort of waiting and seeing what white's going to do and trying to combat it.
Yeah, absolutely. I love this idea to start just some play on the king side. And whenever this side is open, any file is open, white has an extra piece. If we calculate in that way, like in most of the opposite color bishops, positions are happening, if there is attack on the king side, one side can have an extra piece. And just imagine this d4 bishop, if any file or diagonal is open, is such a strong piece together with rooks. And look at this poor bishop on c2 guarding d3 pawn, which is not even attacked at this point. So this might be a really nice idea here to open up the king side flank and then to play with extra piece.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand why Hikaru did not go for queen d4, trading queens when he could potentially provoke f6. That is a hard decision to make, but that is one of the big ideas. And I think that Andre, he could think about f5 at any moment, of course, not when his pawn is pinned, but if he plays f5, he sort of stops some of White's progress in its tracks, and then he doesn't have to trade queens at all. So we'll see how this one continues. We mentioned opposite colored bishops. We should show the result that has happened between Vincent Keimer and FIDE Gujarati. We won't stay on the position long. We just want to show that the result is in the books. And that game concluded as a draw. White is up a pawn, and the king for White can hop around here, but the point is that in positions with bishops of opposite color, let's say you bring your king to a6 and you're trying to bring it into b7, you can't make any progress from here. I just moved my bishop. You can never push c7. Black has two pieces defending it. White can only have one piece covering the square because the bishop is on d3. So we get this type of position where you're not going to make any progress here, and so that's why they agreed on a draw.
Yeah. This is it's not nonsense to play this game and get tired. It's better to save the energy, take this draw, and get ready for the next round.
That's right. I mean, both players know it's a very, very clear draw. You have one extra pawn, but because it can't move anywhere, it's not going to allow you to secure more than just extra material. So that game's in the books. What other games are interesting?
I can suggest very nice position right now. Richard Ruppert and Vladimir Fedosiev is so interesting, as 3 pieces out of 4 of black are on the first and the second rank.
Whoa, actually, and this bishop is under attack. This is here. What in the... Okay, let's go back. It was just a few moves ago. So rook takes d6, a b, rook a1, rook d1 was played instead of knight d1. The rook came to 8, bishop e2, knight c1 played, and then knight to g4, hitting 2 pawns. And here, wow.
Yeah. Is the bishop forced to get on f1?
See, this is important. So he takes first, because if king g7, it looks like you're going to win a piece, because the bishop and the knight are under attack, but you have knight h5 check, and the knight can go back to g3 to defend the bishop. Mm-hmm. That's really, really important, because if you had played bishop f1 first, now black plays king g7, defends the pawns, and you see the position is favorable for black, and it's not surprising. I mean, all of black's pieces are very powerful, and white is setting up for the next game, at least over here on the king side.
Yeah. So after knight f6, king should not go on g7. King should go on f8, h8.
It's a great question, but let's go king here. I think black is about to win in exchange, because after bishop f1, knight d3 check, you can only take on d3 with the bishop. The rook is pinned and your king has no moves. So bishop takes, rook d1, here, check, king moves somewhere like king e2, rook takes h1, and now black has a rook for a knight and 2 pawns, but I think the queenside pawns are too important here, and white's going to win thanks to those pawns over here.
Mm-hmm. I love this line, and then I see what black played, and actually what he played, king f8, gonna help white to get into this position, because knight d7 will be with a check. So after king f8, if we go all the way in that line, we might see knight d7 in the end.
So same variation, check, king goes to e2, rook takes h1, knight d7, but at least the king is closer, and so black will take this pawn, and we have an interesting position where white has a knight and 2 passed pawns for a rook. and white has to be better here trying to play for a win, but the king is so close that it can stop the pawns, and that's good news versus having the king over on h8.
Yeah, Mo, something really strange is happening right now in the game. Instead of this line, white went king f2, and he's given up the bishop on e2 with a check, in fact.
Wow, king f2 played. So rook takes e2 check. King has to go to g3. And now the knight on c1 is under attack and it's pinned. And if you make a move like rook c2, trying to keep your extra piece and threatening knight e2 check, this king must, it has to go somewhere like h3 and h. What a weird position, honestly.
It is so weird position. You know, king h4, I like that move so much with the threat of e5 next move. Knight cannot move right now with the check. Rooks cannot move. Bishop can move. It's not a problem for white. But the threat is e5 and rook d8, and the black king will be in a checkmate.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Let's not show it. Let's say I make some random move, e5, some random move, and then after rook check, no matter which way your king goes, my rook will sit behind your king, and the knight, protected by the pawn, delivers a checkmate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a tough way to see this game end if you're Fedoseo. But king g3, he did play rook c2. Yeah, he played rook c2, and he played the move quickly. So after king h4, what can black do? Because the eval bar says it's about level, but I'm starting to worry about this checkmate.
Maybe e5 right away?
For black here?
Yeah, for black or yeah.
Yeah. No,
there was also a move. Yeah, e5 is a bit strange move, right? You're giving so much opportunities here. 97, for instance.
And then it's 3 pawns for the piece, and the piece is pinned, but yet still the evaluation bar says only slightly better for white. So
yeah.
I guess you can play king g7 as well.
Yeah, I can do that. How about e5 here?
That's kind of scary. Rook takes c4 is check at least, but your king might even go. But your king might even go up to h5, like here.
My idea was to play g4 next, but that's too crazy, right? Just to take control on f5 square and to have the same idea, but it's too much.
I mean, yeah, it might be a mating net as well, but I see your point. Just how is this not just winning? Because after rook d8, there's rook a8. So
is there knight e2 here?
Knight, e2 takes, check. King here, and the king runs away.
Oh no!
And this king has gone up here, back, and then it's going to go back that way.
Yeah.
What a ridiculous position. I mean, it's fun, and the calculations are going to be intense, but it seems like the main idea for white is to try to play e5, and for black it's dealing with these mating net ideas, and not easy.
Yeah. How crazy is this to find a way to sacrifice a piece and to have a normal position, like okay position, even a slightly better position?
And yeah, you need to think about that, right? Like, how can I first as white, give away some material, and that way my king is safer. And then as black, you're thinking about, okay, can I give some of the material back? Because right now it's an extra bishop for 2 pawns. And now you think, if I can give, say, this knight away for a couple pawns, maybe I'll be all right. But this bishop is actually very bad. That's a bad piece because of white's pawn structure. So I would probably like this position from the white side, but even finding this initial move isn't so easy because knight e2 check is a threat, rook takes c4 is another threat. So report needs to be careful.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, very interesting position. This game looks quite nice. How about to get back to the game of Shirov and Dominguez? We have not seen that very long.
And it has changed a lot, so let's go there. Wow. We have seen a few moves played in this game, and g4. So he did go for g4, and after pawn takes, he went knight takes e4. Did Dominguez takes, pawn takes, and then bishop takes e4. Rook c8 makes perfect sense. Semi-open file. Queen d3, the choice of Shirov. He gets out of the pin on the diagonal. There's still pressure here. This is messy, Ketty.
It is too messy. Can Black play bishop g7, or that's too passive?
I think bishop g7 is fine. White probably will play f5 as the response, I imagine. But then you can even just play your bishop to d5. So it's not the end of the world to have this move played, because f6 looks scary, and I guess your queen covers the square. But like, I can't take on d5 either because the rook is hanging. But okay, even if I don't take a pawn on f6, and let's say I move my bishop back somewhere, like even bishop f8 or bishop h6, the point is that you're not going to checkmate me as I cover where you would try to checkmate me, and this pawn is not really going to be that strong. It could be a weakness in some positions.
Yeah, and also White has to be careful not to lose c2 pawn, because bishop takes bishop, queen takes bishop, and then c2 pawn will be hanging.
That's right. So even if you get everything you possibly were dreaming of, it doesn't seem that scary. But bishop g7, that's one move candidate. I'm tempted to do something on the queen side over here to try and go for the king. We can't take this pawn on c2, even though we'd love to, because if we take with the rook, bishop takes d4, removes the guard of the rook. And if knight takes on c2, then queen trade first. And after the rook takes back, now our bishop is open to take this rook. So c2, the knight rather, c2 is not hanging.
Yeah, that makes queen a5 a perfect move then. Queen a5 with a threat of rook c2, and you cannot touch the bishop from b2 because a2 pawn will be hanging with a checkmate.
Oh, actually, now how does, and there's not only is that a threat, like knight takes c2, rook takes c2, and then the knight b4 maneuver is going to be interesting. So wait a second.
Queen a5, that's what we have on the board.
Queen a5 played by Dominguez, and the question I have is, can I do this? I'm giving up my bishop here, knight b4, I'm giving up my rook here. So I give all my pieces. Black is down a minor piece and a rook, but how are you going to stop queen a2, which is actually checkmate because my bishop takes away the c1 square?
Yeah, there's no way to do that. I think White has to sacrifice bishop or bishop b5 or something like this to save the king.
Yeah, and you don't have check here, you don't have check here, so I still have this threat. And you don't have queen d2 because of the bishop, and after queen e2, I think I can just continue taking all your pieces. So this would be something. I'm just spitballing variations here, but I was wondering, because the knight c2 to b4 idea is kind of scary, that if I give all of Dominguez's pieces, it's still going to work out for him.
If f5 is on the board, we might see this crazy line.
f5 just happened.
Yeah, f5 just happened. And if Black goes, oh no, he plays bishop d5. Okay. I really wanted to see knight c2. That's too crazy. But he goes bishop d5 right now.
Knight c2. Let's think. So first of all, we don't have to allow knight b4 so easily. We can move our queen away somewhere. But in this variation, what's really hard to do is when I see this and I see a4, for example, you get the queen, you take back. Like White has a bishop, a knight, and a rook for a queen and one pawn. So this actually looks at first just completely losing for Black. It's too much material and the king is not safe. But after queen d5, there's a double attack here. I guess rook f3 holds everything together. Like this looks like it should not be good for for Black, excuse me. It looks like it should just be winning for White. And I don't really know what the move is now, but somehow Black is still better because
maybe e3.
Wow, you're just getting all tactical like this rook. Oh my gosh. I mean, I guess rook takes, queen takes, and then like rook e1, and you have 3 pieces for the queen with the attack. But like
that's too crazy even for Shiro. That's too crazy.
I mean, this is just ridiculous because I think even if you can, we're making moves that can take them back, so it's much easier. But even if you get to this position in your head, like we see that it's -1 approximately for black, that's not the assessment I would have if I look at this position. And bishop e3 looks like a good move to keep up the pressure, but it gives white the edge. And then I guess bishop g7 to threaten e4 is the move, but that doesn't win pieces because I can go bishop to c4. And yeah, this is ridiculous. Like, I mean, I have the eval bar off the side of the screen, and I still am not even sure that black is better. So I don't believe you, Engine. I don't trust you.
Hard to trust you with so many pieces for white. You know, there might be some very specific line that the engine can see right now.
Well, I won't pretend to be able to see. I wear glasses and I still can't see anything that it does. So yeah, I understand why this variation wasn't played. The move bishop d5, on the other hand, that's a perfectly reasonable choice. And rook h2 by Shirov, just defending the pawn on c2. And we have a game. These two came to play. It is wild, and it will remain wild for a while, I think.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But rook h2 does make perfect sense, just defending that pawn over there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wonder if Shirov had been playing with the black pieces, if he would have played knight takes c2.
I think he could go himself in that way.
And like part of it is just style. Like Shirov loves crazy tactical positions, so he would be willing to get down that deep line. Whereas sometimes players stop at a point where it's like, we already are calculating all these variations. I don't have that much time remaining, or under 20 minutes. I can't think about this one line and all the little nuances with different moves. You don't have the time for it. You're playing with a clock. So I think that Shirov is somebody who is more likely to go down that kind of path, even if he doesn't see the conclusion. Whereas Dominguez is like, I see bishop d5. It looks like a good move. I don't need to use too much of my remaining minutes.
Yeah, I don't have much of the time, and this move is okay, so I'll go right away. Talking about Shirov, once I had an interview with him, and he was showing all these crazy lines, and all what I was thinking is like, what? is he a real human being, or what's going on? And then I realized that in many lines he was pointing out that if this is not working for me, at least I have a draw. I can hold this position. So if he sees the end, like I can hold that position because it's holdable, or it's repetition, he's going for that because he thinks that on the way he might miss something with the calculation, and he's looking some opportunities in his lines, and he's going for it.
Right. And that position that we're looking at, that's not one where you see a draw, you put in your pocket. It's like, no, you could just lose in a few moves if you're not really accurate. So for Dominguez, he went bishop d5, rook h2 quickly played by Shirov. And it's, anybody's game at this point. Both sides have their chances. And I'm just quickly looking to see if we have any developments in other games. Oh, gosh. Grishuk's position, we haven't looked at in a while, but Ketty, not looking good.
Yeah. Oh no, look at those pieces on the queen side. They are so stuck. They look like penguins. No, not penguins. Yeah, penguins. Staying together to warm up.
Now they have to like waddle a little bit and then make their way out, right? That's the next step. But they're not doing so hot over here because okay, the one good thing that Grishuk has going for him is if the clocks are accurate, he's about even on time, but he doesn't really have a plan. Like all of White's pieces are more active. The d4 pawn does stick out a little bit. So if Buckrow makes an inaccuracy, all of a sudden this d4 pawn is a target. But yeah, this is not a good looking position for Grishuk.
No, it doesn't. It's gonna take forever for Black to develop those penguins from the queen side. And no, I'm also starting to think, how about White just simply pushes h4, h5, and tries to weaken the king side, and then some attack can come, like, I don't know, if needed, g3, king g2, rook can come on the h file as well. Like you have so much of the opportunities there.
Yeah, at any moment, knight h6 check or bishop h6. If this knight leaves d7, bishop e5, trying to trade your one defender of your king. I think that Grishuk, you're talking about the Penguins. Let's go with the March of the Penguins. Hopefully, I'm not going to get in trouble for, using
Let's
a
go
movie
for fishing.
title. But knight c6, develop the piece and put pressure on this d4 pawn. At least I got a piece out, right? I'm happy about that.
How about d5? I would be really scared of d5 because I think you have to take this d5, otherwise I will take e6 pawn twice, and then bishop will get on d5 with a serious stress. f7 pawn will be target of white.
Yeah, I can't take on d5.
Or knight d5 even, just to jump next. Knight e7 or c7 pawn is also hanging, and bishop g5. That's so many things.
I kind of want to play knight d4 because I really think taking on d5 is just, it looks so bad for 8 different reasons. Yeah, Eval Bar saying, yeah, black is crushed, knight d5. And knight d4, at least it's complicated here, right? I'm attacking your bishop. There's pressure on d5. You take on e6. Now I take on f3 with check. And after you take back, my king doesn't look so safe on g8, but your king on g1 isn't really safe either. So at least you're creating a messy position.
Yeah.
So I think that Grisha kind of has to move quickly because he doesn't have so much time remaining. And what other moves really come to mind besides knight c6? I don't have too many suggestions.
Yeah. Yeah. Really tough position. Like, for instance, if you trade the bishop, light square bishop, that the rook is hanging in the end. So you have to lose the time to take care of that rook. And d5 can be played. Knight h6. It's so dangerous. Yeah, knight h6 I think wins on the spot.
So knights. Okay, there have to be other moves, but knight c6 is the only move that I'm seeing. Maybe knight to f. I'm saying that and swallowing my words because this looks really bad as well. But maybe knight f6 is playable. I'm just trying to open my rook. Why did I go back to these? Hold up. Let's see how we got here. Because rook e1, e6 played, e5. All right, this makes a lot of sense. So bishop b7, bishop f3, queen c8, bishop g5, and knight f to d7. Because if knight b to d7 had been played, I think that Grishuk was worried about knight c6, threatening this check, planting a knight in enemy territory. No, it's not how you want to play chess.
Yeah. Strange thing.
So
you never had a chance to find, and that's the worst for chess player. Like, you might lose in a very complicated position in some sharp lines because maybe you missed something or you blunder something, but to lose like this, not fighting too much, it's the worst for chess player. And you know what? I think he might try to complicate a little bit. Maybe knight f6 is the move to start with. To try to trade some pieces and open up d file. d4 pawn will be hanging.
Yeah, this looks looks really shaky. I just need to develop these pieces. So knight f6 and knight c6 both come to mind. And I actually just saw the corner of my eye. I was looking at hovering over the other games. The game between Hikaru and Yesipenko is also really getting spicy. So you see the eval bar going up and up and up, because what happened was Hikaru put his queen on f4 and f6 was played, rook c4, and after rook d8, here comes all the pressure in the world. And Yesipenko could have played b5 himself, but he allowed b5. And as you see, the engine is not very happy about allowing that, because after bishop takes b5,
is there a rook e4 first? Rook takes rook and then to take on c7?
Nice. That's even better. Yeah, because rook takes c7, probably good for white, but this is even more forcing, right? The queen comes back, take, rook takes c7, and where can you go from here? Right? If you play rook d7, there's a check on the back rank.
Mhm.
And after this, why is this so amazing for?
Wow, this is so good position. This is just perfect position to have.
But what I'm trying to figure out why it's plus a million. There must be some tactic here because
Queen B8.
like this looks good for white, of course.
Oh, the the bar drops down.
Yeah, I mean, there must be some kind of tactic because otherwise it doesn't make sense that the bar is like +3. And
Yeah, bishop
change.
f6, but there's no any. No.
Oh, wait a second. If you check here, the king has nowhere to go because after check, if there's king f8, you take, and queen b4 check. Wow, that is
Beautiful.
draw my arrows better. And if you go to f7, then I'll have queen h5 and your bishop is hanging anyway. So you have to have king h8. And then there's queen b4. So you can take, oh my gosh, the bishop under attack.
No, this is not real. Wow.
I mean, that's why having the evaluation bar is so helpful. Like, yeah, you have to be tactically alert, but it says, there's something there. Let's find it. And the point is that the queen takes b4, rook takes d8 is check, intermezzo, and then you take the queen, you're up in exchange, and you win the game.
Wow. We might see this coming as black, Esipienko captured the b5 pawn. Rook e4 right now is on the board. Rook e7 will come right away, and rook c7 will be also played from Hikaru.
Wow. Yeah. And you don't have too much of a choice as black because if you we trade the rooks and you try to move your queen away, then there's a problem on g7. And if you move your queen away, is also b7 hanging. So I don't think you have a choice. I mean, if you don't play rook d7, you're getting.
You know what? Rook g7. Rook g7 is anyway a threat. Rook g7, king g7, queen c7. If you queen move away like queen e6 or somewhere.
Yeah, this is
this is checkmate in 2 moves.
Yeah, I'll draw my arrows better at some point, but not today. That would be mate. So yeah, queen e6 maybe the only move. Like
now maybe rook g7, queen c. Oh yeah, it's not. So sorry, it's not possible.
Yeah, because you block on d7 at the end. But what if I just take a pawn? Just start playing here and take. Now this is a really nicely played game so far by Hikaru. And we're getting into this moment. I wonder if it's on Andrei's radar because rook takes c7, rook d7. Like this looks at first glance, if you ignore the evaluation bar for a second, right? We have it, and now everybody knows it's winning. But to see bishop takes f6 without the knowledge that it's there, you have to start thinking outside the box a little bit. And here after rook d8, my first instinct is like queen b8, as you said. Moves that go after these queenside pawns. I mean, I'm perfectly happy to start targeting them, but bishop takes f6. What a tactical shot.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah. I feel like we're going to see this. Like, I feel like black has no choice. So rook d7.
I'm sure that we're going to see rook f6, bishop f6, and he saw that.
Because queen e6 is like kind of feels like a resignation anyway. It's like you're going to lose one pawn, b6 is in trouble, g7 still under attack, your bishop is great. So that's not going to allow you to stay in the game a little bit, but it doesn't even pose a question. It's just like, okay, I'm going to lose, but I'll take 10 moves instead of 2 moves. But this rook d7, and after check, king f7, the king is in trouble, and the bishop, check, pawn. No, it's toast.
Yeah, the point is here, like after b5, you clearly know that bishop takes b5, this bishop is not guarded, and this bishop is your target.
Right.
And then you can find some ideas how to take advantage of that.
And rook e4 is such a classy move as well, because after rook c7, you're just giving black additional options where maybe black takes and then puts the bishop on c6, guarding b7, attacking f3. You didn't get the tempo against the queen that was on e7. So rook e4, throwing that move in, you're still going to win c7 since you remove the guard here. And then Has he played yet? No, that's my analysis.
No, not yet.
No move yet by Yesipenko, but he knows he's in trouble.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. I think that it's just a really nicely played game by Hikaru.
Yeah, no, that's what I had in my head right now. How beautifully he started, and then at some point I really thought that Black had really good position, but he came up with decided to give up the last square bishop, and then to put up all the game on the dark squares. And here we have this situation right now.
And I mean, Hikaru, of course, he wants to win his game, but he's probably also rooting for Etienne Bacrot. And if Bacrot can beat Grishuk, then Hikaru and Etienne will be tied for first in the group. But I think that Grishuk is the player that if you in advance of the event, you look at the group, say, oh, Grishuk is the favorite. And then the other players, it's in the second, fight for second, third, Hikaru and Yesipenko, and then Bacrot by rating, he's the lowest, but you can't forget he was 2750. He was the youngest GM in the world at some point, has so much experience working with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave as his second and trainer. So, we don't want to eliminate Bacrot from the conversation, but I think when you look at the odds and the chances, players are happy when the top seed loses.
Yeah, absolutely. I just saw the move that Grishuk has to play. And it's funny and sad at the same time as he has to.
Oh, I'll go there, but
it hurt.
Rook F8, D5. I mean,
yeah, that I had that feeling when I saw Rook coming back on F8. Oh, it's so bad.
It's one of these games where you wonder if the person with the black pieces forgets that you can move forward in chess. Like they're playing just horizontally here. Like that rook went, from F8 to D8 back here. That knight went to F6 back to D7. These pieces are not joining the party, and it's not over yet. Like mistakes happen, but every single move feels like a chore. And knight H6 check is already like a crushing threat. And oh gosh.
Yeah, just wait for your opponent to make some mistake, and he's also losing too much time on the clock. And all White is doing is just improving position slowly. So, really tough day for Grishuk.
But he did this to himself from move one. He played D6. He played the Pirates. He wanted to beat Bacrot who was the lowest rated player in the field. He said, "I need to score some victories. Who knows how Andre and Hikaru will do, but I need to get going." And especially after yesterday's game when he had a winning advantage at some point against Yesipenko. So he is the one who chose the opening, and he decided to play like I do in blitz games online. And he played this formation, and his knight on F6 quickly attacked. The knight comes to E5, opening up a diagonal. Black is underdeveloped, and playing queen C8, knight F6 to D7, rook to D8, all of White's pieces just so well positioned here. And then, of course, knight G4 going for the H6 check, rook F8 so that the king can go to H8 and the pawn's defended. But D5, I think this game is just as one-sided as it gets.
Yeah, that's right. In the game of Hikaru and Yesipenko, we don't have any update. Maybe we can go to back in the game of Richard Rapport and Fedosiev. They have these crazy kings in the side of the board, and they both are playing just like nothing happened before, and no one lost a piece or sacrificed a piece here.
Well, the piece was lost or was won by Black, but King G7, which, it looks like a normal move, and we mentioned it before, but after knight H5, he brought his king up instead of going back to F8. Maybe he, at this point, doesn't want to draw. He thinks he can win. But after this move, you see somebody might be winning, but it's not Fedoseev. And what happens after rook D8 going for checkmate?
That's a beautiful checkmate. For instance, like after knight B3 here, if Black thinks that that's okay, rook comes with a check and then knight comes with a check as well. and there's a checkmate that white is threatening. Yeah, that's so tough. How about rook e8 to chase the rook?
Yeah, but I think I can just bring my next rook over and I'm going to do the same thing one turn late. And you can't take on g2 because there's knight f4 check. So I will fork your king and your rook if you take on g2. And let's say you make this knight b3 move and we just do the same thing that we were trying to do before. I'm going to checkmate you over here.
I know you will. I know.
You're like, I know, I don't know what to do about it, but it's... you can move your f pawn, but then you lose your bishop.
Yeah.
And actually f5, there might even be rook d7, rook g7 checkmated. Maybe now or in just the near future. I would just take the bishop and ask questions later because this king is still in big trouble. No, this is I think Fedoseev just walked into a mating net.
This is what we have on the board, Robert, and we have rook d1 as well here. They're playing so fast, all these moves.
So that's the one thing about Fedoseev that it's very noticeable is he plays extremely quickly, and some games he's up an hour on the clock and also playing well on the board. But there are moments, and not necessarily in this game, but just in general, Fedoseev as a player, he's really a sharp tactician. I mean, he plays some great chess. But in this moment, it was clearly a critical, and it was a tough position. But King G6, I'm not sure exactly how long he spent on the move. Maybe it was a lot of time and it was just an oversight. But I'm wondering after King F8 what he was afraid of at this moment, because at least this way his king isn't walking into a mating net. Maybe there's like rook d8 check and rook b8 and still ideas to go e5, knight f6 and all that stuff. But it feels like, I mean, rook d1 and checkmate
D1,
here.
yeah.
Ooh, maybe that's what he was afraid of. And now I'm very afraid of it. Yet the evaluation bar says zeros. How is that possible? Let's checkmate in one move.
Bishop c6, maybe?
But bishop c6, rook c8, and I'm attacking here. My rook's coming to c7. I'm going to definitely checkmate you here, which means the only other way to stop checkmate is bishop d5.
No. No, go on.
Oh, because and then if I try to like move my rook somewhere here, if I go rook c8, I'm going to lose because you take on c4 and now the rook's under attack and I can't trade pieces. And if I go rook b8, then you take on c4 because you can't take the bishop because the pawn is pinned. And then your g4 move from earlier still comes to mind. And yet somehow this is all okay and not a big deal, even though it looks pretty scary.
Wow, what a beautiful day we have in all the games. So many, sharp lines are happening. And that's very good to, to train, because there's a lot of puzzle themes here, a lot of mating nets. Only in this game, so many ideas are just on the board and all those players are having in their mind. Yeah, that's really beautiful day today.
And we're about to see not a checkmate, but after rook takes, bishop takes, rook d8, you will not be able to move the bishop because then you fall victim to that checkmate we've talked about. So somehow black is going to have to find a way to get out of this mate. And honestly, this looks like a position I'm having this weird deja vu as if I've seen something like this before. I can't explain it, so I'm not going to. Instead, I'm gonna say we're gonna go on a break. We're gonna take this last break here before the time patrols met. Oh my gosh! No, we're not gonna take a break. It's bishop e4, g4 played, and he's still getting checkmated. They're not letting us
to go.
No, I was puzzled, but now it's like puzzle rush. And rook g8, the knight f6 checkmate is there once again. The point was that the king was trying to escape to f5, and if you take on e4 here.
Just take with a check, yeah.
Just take, and after g4, you play f5. You give yourself the f7 square. There's a pin here. Black survives. But whoa, after bishop takes e4, g4 played, going for the same checkmate. And after king h7, which I think is maybe the only way to stop mate, because f5 runs into the other checkmate of rook to g7. You take on g4. No, I'm not going to take your bishop. I'm going to take your pawn. And that's mate next move. There's nothing you can do about it. Wow. Oh my gosh.
King is simply in the amazing net and can't get it out of it. So you say that f5 is only chance. No, not f5. King h7 is only chance there.
But then you just take this, and then you play e5, and you play knight f6, and you already white's up. No, white's not up anything right now. I thought white was up a pawn, but white's about to deliver a checkmating attack against this king.
Yeah, and I have difficulties to figure it out how black is going to stop that e5, knight f6 is just next moves. Or you can even start with knight f6 check and then e5 with a checkmate threat. Knight from c1 is not really helping black here, and the king is on all its own here on h7.
Well, king h7 played, and we will certainly see that. I think the only chance that black has is with e5, because you can't allow white to have a protected knight on f6. But even here, if I play rook f8, I'm just going to still try to checkmate your king. Like, you can, try to win some of these pawns on the fourth rank, but like rook takes b4, rook f7, your king has to go back to a g8, and then I move my rook anywhere along the seventh rank. And my plan is very simple. I'll move my rook, rook c7, knight f6, king h5, king g6, and it's a mating net. It's checkmate.
Yeah, we have e5 on the board. That's also the only move Fedoseev had to play to save the king. And that's currently the situation there in this game.
Wow. Well, I'll leave this game up. If another game gets exciting, I need to catch my breath. I need to just take a breather here because my head is swirling with all these variations. And if you're a Report fan, and you love the chess that he's playing in this game, maybe he can bounce back after yesterday's defeat. We'll see soon. We'll be back soon. Stay tuned for more from the FIDE Grand Prix 2022 second round. Kenny, we took a break at the right time for Alexander Grishuk because suddenly, and this game is still in Raport's favor, but as we bring up the game between Grishuk and Bakro, look at the evaluation bar. It's still in Bakro's favor. He has not much time remaining. We'll get confirmation the times are accurate. Games are being relayed. Sometimes there's some incorrect time being sent in here, but look at this position. Just a few moves ago, we thought it was all over. And after H5, knight E5, F6 was the choice of Grishuk. It hurts to look at. It hurts to look at.
Yeah.
And
but I really wonder where all the queenside penguins went. Like, where are those pieces? They were so bad.
Well, that's where they went. Bakro went for tactics with D7, and after knight takes D7, he traded bishops and wins the knight. And after queen C8, I mean, right now, Grishuk's actually up a pawn. I would not trade queen. Even if white trades queens and the knight comes to E4, there's no problems, probably a good position. But I would move my queen right back to C6 and look at Grishuk's time. That is not a lot.
Yeah, seconds on the clock. And how many moves is it? Move 21? So that makes 19 more moves to be played for Grishuk for the increment.
Yeah, no, he has so many moves to make, and they're not easy moves, and queen C6 keeps the pressure up. So I think some of Grishuk's next moves will be rook F7, probably bringing the queen over to the king side somewhere, but white's moves are also easy. Let's say I play queen C6. I bring my knight to E4. I can bring my rook up to A3 and swing along the third rank. Like just to show a position like that, the rook is coming up and it can go to D3. It can go to G3. The G5 square is available for this knight. Still hurts to look at, Kenny. Still hurts.
It does. It does. It's a slightly like Barry situation, but if time is right, then this is not easy to play here, even for Grishuk. And I am guessing that Bakro will play his next moves also very fast, like just to blitz the opponent and has spare position, just to make any like really easy moves, but really fast.
This position, it's getting into blitz game territory. Queen C6 was the choice of Bakro, and for Grishuk, well, what's his response to be? I think rook F7 makes a lot of sense because that way you protect C7. The E6 is already defended, but the bishop on G7, okay, it's such a bad piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my gosh. I just quickly, we're going to be going between games just because time trouble, but you want to see a good bishop? I'm going to switch the game over. And there's this bishop on G7 in the Bakro Grishuk game. And then between Shirov and Dominguez, how is that for a bishop and that for a queen? And that looks like checkmate in the next couple moves.
Yeah, absolutely. And can whites actually stop that move incoming?
How did we even get here? So F5 was played. So this is where we left off. So trade on E4, knight B5, going for a knight check. Queen takes B7. I don't know if you want those pawns. You take pawns, you open up files. Knight D6, Queen F3, E4. I like that. Queen D1. That was a big mistake, apparently. The queen going to D1, attacking the knight. But after knight to B5 here, knight C3 check is a threat. Knight A3 once more is a threat. The E pawn is advanced. So I don't even know what he should have done instead of queen to D1.
I think to keep the queen on G file, like queen G3 with ID to push G5 F6 just to cut that diagonal so bishop cannot get in there.
And the queen also covers the square in the event of some checks. So yeah, I think clearly queen G3 was the better choice. Queen D1 was a mistake. And now look at this, knight C3. White is up a pawn, but the king is just in a world of hurt. I mean, the queen on E5 perfectly placed past E pawn. This knight on G1 hasn't moved. So that's not good. And then
I think he has never moved this knight.
and it might not ever move either, because if you play knight E2, bishop G7, and knight C3, you've closed the diagonal for a moment. But check this out, Kitty. Rook takes C4. Pawn takes C4. Check. What are you going to do? If you play king to C1, there's bishop H6 check, and you're losing all your pieces. King A1 runs into checkmate immediately. King in the corner, not happy, no shelter. That would be that. That is checkmate. And Dominguez, I mean, the guy is just crashing through all across the board in these variations, just to show the other direction. Bishop h6, you can't really block with anything because you block with the rook. Down goes your knight, down goes your rook, down goes the queen a1 mate.
Yeah. Wow.
Over.
Wow, I'm really emotional person in these lines. Checkmate ideas really gives me a headache.
And wow.
I'm taking it too seriously.
Well, queen d5, maybe this is what potentially, I don't know how far she was calculating, but queen f6, I think, is the only move that keeps the advantage so much in black's favor, because the queen trade, of course, you don't want to do. If you go the other direct, nope, my arrow game is so off. If you go this way, then you're not going for checkmate, but you want to line up bishop g7. And because the rook is undefended, there's no pawn takes g6 or anything like that. And now after bishop g7, you cannot stop me from checkmating you along this diagonal.
Can white win here sometime with g5? Try to get this bishop on the wrong diagonal and then just to develop the knight.
Yeah, I guess you can, but I'm bringing a rook to d8. And I mean, I don't know, maybe this rook to d8, and black is not even down any material, and the king is just so exposed.
Yeah. Oh, he plays a3. That means that after bishop g7, he wants to play king on a2, and all these squares b2 and a1 are guarded by the rooks.
So you're right, no checkmate, but then the rook slides into d3, and maybe just go rook d8 first. Don't even play bishop g7 so you attack this pawn. I mean, you know, if you're playing this from the white side, you know you're lost. You may not lose the game, but you know that you should really be in huge trouble.
Yeah. Oh, we can also do rook b8 moves there to press on b3.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, maybe white can survive for some time here, but this is looking very
I was thinking to go crazy and sacrifice the rook on b3 and get the other rook on b8 and then rook. Oh, the bishop is on it.
No, but your point still, no, your point is a good one, that the threat is rook takes b3, because after bishop g7, I would have thought knight e2, but rook b3, king b3, rook b8 check. That's your whole point. It's just delivering a knockout. So now I've made that mistake plenty of times. Don't you worry. And oh, Hikaru, by the way, I mean, we're just going to go from game to game. All these games are heading down the wire. So Hikaru did in fact find bishop takes f6 right here, and he is going to take home this game. Gf6, queen g4 check. We talked about the variations. If king f8, you take the rook and then play queen b4, check to the king, check to the bishop. White will be up some pawns. If you go king h8, queen b4 is still the idea, because if queen takes queen, you lose your rook with check, then the queen is captured. If you do something else, I'm going to take your rook, take your bishop, and white goes up too many. Going to be a bunch of pawns.
And there's not even any single check on the first rank, because queen cannot really access on the first rank. So, oh wow, well played. King went on f8, and rook takes d8 is on the board already, and queen b4 is already on the board.
Yeah, it's all forced, right? Queen b4 check and take the bishop. And okay, Yasemenko's trying. He wants to take on a3, try to get his queen in here. But I feel like a quiet move might be the best, like king f2. Just don't allow a check here. The queen needs to stay protecting this pawn. Maybe the queen will go back to d6, but whose pawn structure is better? I can't tell. Do we like isolated pawns or?
No, I don't know. Islands, that looks really beautiful islands.
Yeah, this is not Love Island, that I can tell you for sure. So those pawns are terrible. And yeah, he played king f2. He should take this one. I think we need to keep going around, because we know that Grishuk doesn't have much time left, and his position is improving. Grishuk he has at least 9 lives, because in this position, he's still fighting on, and he's up a pawn. So imagine he wins this game.
Yeah, that gonna be biggest upset of a day, I think, to win such a bad position in such a game. But you know what? Anything can happen. I'm starting to think that anything can happen in this game.
It can. And I mean, this rook went f7, f4, c4, and I think that was unexpected for Bakro because queen c6 will be a queen trade by force. And so he went queen f3 to keep the queens on. Rook d8 was the choice. Queen c6 was also an option. But after rook d8, he just wants to swap up some material. White should not be in trouble. I mean, you see the evaluation, we're still saying white's a little bit better because Black may be up a pawn, but they're doubled, isolated. They're not really going anywhere. But if this pawn comes to e4 at some moment and you're not careful, this could be an issue for white along the diagonal.
Yep, absolutely. Can white now trade the rooks, get there another rook on d file, and then something like queen d3, double attack on rook and the g6 pawn?
Yeah, but I guess after rook d1, I'm going to play rook to d4. So I'm not going to trade so easily. And as you said, if the queen removed, queen d3 is an issue. So yeah, I think rook d4 is, this rook is just going everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the chance. Rooks are off the board. Rook d1 has not played yet. Probably white will find another move there. Robert, another draw, another game ended in a draw, and Oparin managed to hold, or Wojtaszek missed a winning chance, but that game ended in a draw.
Wow, that's really big because Wojtaszek was in a great position, and it looks like we'll have to go through this a bit quickly just because the other games are in time trouble. This bishop d3 idea, even though it still says that white should be well ahead here, and still at this moment, I mean, in fact, white's advantage was kind of growing. It's a +4, but it's not the typical +4 where it's easy to see the path forward. Bishop e5 looks like a normal move, and look at that response. Knight g2, threatening knight e3 check, rook d3, knight takes h4. So that knight sort of went around the merry-go-round, and now it's it takes the pawn on h4. If you take d5, you lose f3, and that's exactly what happened. But so with the pawn went the advantage, and it's only a one-pawn lead, this bishop, this pawn, this pawn. So it looks like Wojtaszek right around here, Keddy, this is where he went wrong, starting with bishop e5.
Yep. That's it. And he traded too much of the pieces, and then he also could not manage to save the weaknesses on the king side. And it turned out that after all, this h5, h4 paid off.
And rook takes d5. That was the final move that allowed black to make an easy draw. It seems like white is still better. Maybe a4 at long last, the pawn should push up the board because white has the pawns covered. So I think that with an extra pawn, with pawns on both sides, that he would have had chances still. Rook takes d5 made Oparin's life easier. King g6 and f5. He just tried to bring his king up the board and into a mating net potential. It looks like he tried his best, did Wojtaszek, but it wasn't meant to be. And this game, they agreed on a draw because if that's your only extra pawn in a position like this, this is a very well-known, very easy draw where you're not going to be making progress with the rook pawn. So fair result in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. So 3 games down, all of them are draw. The game which we can see next, we have not seen Hare Krishna and so long. So maybe we can get there. We have rook endgame.
We have a rook endgame that is looking quite level, and Wesley has been putting up good defense. Instead of bishop b6, that I think was the moment in time where you point out bishop b6 just to ask this rook a big question and to get the bishop on a more advanced square. He said took on d5, and then after rook d4, a5 played by black. I think you can see that this bishop on e3 not quite as strong as if it were on b6. So rook h4, h6, rook g4. You know, you're playing a little bit of tickle against the pawns, but now black gets active. And once black gets active, look at this move, bishop c5, a simplification because the king is active for black. The king for white is not similarly active. And that's what allows Wesley to hold the balance. b5. What a good move, because otherwise white was bringing the rook over to b5 and keeping some pressure. b5 takes rook c5, and that just trades off all of these pawns over here. And great job by Wesley So.
Yep. Yeah, beautiful move b5 just to get rid of those pawns. And try to reduce the chances here for white to win this endgame.
Yeah, though this looks like it's going to be very difficult to see a way forward for white. They did reach move 40, so we can come back here as the players likely will take a bit of a think. What is happening in the game between, first of all, Shirov and Dominguez? We're just going to hop all over the place. Shirov and Dominguez, the queen and bishop are lined up. The rook has landed on d3. h3 can be captured. I would imagine a move like rook to d8 is also possible. e3, when you have a passed pawn, you often want to push it. Yeah. You want to play e3 and rook d2, like just rook d8, e3, rook d2, get rid of this defender and try to deliver a checkmate down the diagonal.
Yeah, fair enough. You can do that. Rook, yeah, also rook d8 with idea rook d1 with the same save motifs to get rid of one defender and then checkmate. So this rook d8 seems to be a very useful move.
That looks pretty straightforward. I don't know how Shirov plans to deal with it, but I don't think that there's an actual way to stop all the threats. So we look at this game, it looks like Dominguez is going to take it. Let's go back to the Bakro and Grishuk game because they're in time trouble. I mean, the pieces are flying. A6 is missing. Now E6 is gone. The last few moves, Keddy, it was rook to d4 after the queen attacked the rook. Queen takes pawn, rook into d2, and the queen came to c4, which to my eye is such a natural move, but the engine doesn't agree with it. It says that black is holding here because now the king is safe. It's white's king that's in danger. C2 is threatened. Behind it is B2. This is still anyone's game.
Yeah. And I feel that the king on h7 for now is safe unless knight comes on e4 right away with some checks on g5 on f6.
Queen f7, defending and attacking. It's very important. The knight e4 does not work. It attacks d2, it defends f2, but queen takes e4 is possible. Picking off the knight, the back rank checkmate would have ended the game here. So that's why knight e4 not yet possible. Queen f7, you still want knight e4. If you get to f6 or g5, you're probably going to be able to deliver a checkmate. So you have to be really careful now for Grishuk. Rook takes c2. I need to make luft for my king, probably with pawn g3, just to take away the f4 square. And I'm getting my knight there.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's why Grishuk played queen f4. He knows that he needs to get that queen out of there, and you have to trade queens. If you're Bakro here, you have no choice as your pawn f2 is under attack. And
yeah,
Keddy,
you have no choice here.
At long last, the bishop lives.
Yeah. Yep. That's right. And here city pawn is hanging. Rook e2 is a horrible blunder after bishop takes c3. White will lose that game. So I hear Bakro had to play rook c1, and I can't believe that in that position, what we had from the very beginning, he has to play in this position with against such a beautiful and active rook. Maybe now even, is there possible to play bishop d4 to attack on f2, knight e4 in rook e2?
Yeah, that's getting a little dicey there. I guess bishop d4. You also have this move knight d1. We, of course, want to go forward, but you made the good point that rook e2. f3. Oh, those darn bugs. No, not possible. It's a pin. So the knight would have to either be captured and trade off material or move, which you don't want to do. But knight d1 protects both. And I'm just going to play king f1, king e1, and black needs to be really careful as he's starting down a pawn.
Yep. So here we have this position here. I was just thinking, how about to move here, like move f3 or bishop c3 first, and then f3 to have this very ugly looking pawn structure for white.
Wait, you're saying you don't like this pawn structure?
Not in love with this pawn structure.
Yeah, those are two extra pawns for white, but the position is really just not very pleasant because this black rook can retreat and go to a square like c5 always. And yeah, these are all split. It's a bowler's worst nightmare.
Yeah. Also, this f3 is not really necessary sacrifice because anyway, white has this issue of the back rank, so maybe just move like king g7 or rook d5 makes sense here to try to start attack the pawns.
Yeah, it's looking like black is the side for choice, but probably should be, with proper play, not too challenging of a hold for white, but we'll see how this game continues. Keep going around. Look at the game between Rapport and Fedoseev. What? Okay, it looks like white is winning the pawn on b6, and now it's up a pawn. No more is there a checkmate against their king, or maybe there still is a possibility to checkmate the king. But for now, the king, it lives on, and they have reached move 40.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like if you don't checkmate black, you can still run your pawn up the board and win in that manner.
Yeah. Yeah, so you have two plans, either to checkmate or to promote the pawn to the queen. Both
do both,
both
right?
Okay.
Right, like you can play
Both
b5,
are okay.
and then king g5, king f6. Yeah, you'll checkmate them somehow. So yeah, this is looking really nice for Rapport. The game between Shirov and Dominguez still going, getting worse by the turn for Shirov. Rook d2 has been played, and the threat is queen b2 check, amongst other things.
Oof, beautiful. I love that.
Like, I'm just going to show that g5, queen b2 check, takes, and then we do the whole windmill thing. Your king is in the corner. I can take everything and anything. I'll take this with check. After king a2, okay, I'll just take your queen because I'm up a full rook. But I could do other things as well.
You could take also. Oh, you couldn't take knight, right? With f6 is coming right away.
Oh, so g5 was a really good move for white because it.
Yeah, that was not a random move.
I was trying to make a king b3. No way, no way. Here comes the next rook.
Oh wow! So he's going to play king a4 next move.
Do you have a choice? I guess you could play knight c3, but that doesn't work.
E2.
Knight c3, you just, yeah, you're gonna play e2,
E2.
right? So you take and e2, distract the rook, win the knight, and still checkmate the king.
Yeah. Wow, rook d3 is on the board. Meanwhile, the game Etienne Bacro and Alexander Grishuk ended in a draw. This is third draw for today, but it was really a nice game. We can say that Grishuk saved his game.
He really did. He was in a losing position, one of the worst positions of the round. Well, this might be the worst position of the round between Hikaru Nakamura and Andrei Yasipenko. Now Hikaru is up a pawn. He's still going after the other weak pawns. These are 5 beautiful pawns all in a row. This is completely winning for Hikaru. In fact, he probably is winning another pawn by force.
Yeah.
This is, I'm trying to think what the simplest move is. Maybe queen c5, attacking b5. I think Andrei's just going to resign.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or queen b6. Try to keep the eye on all the pawns.
And the queen can't protect the pawn on b5 except for this way, because had you play queen d7, queen f8 is checkmate. So you need to keep an eye out for your king.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, this one's easy. We know, I mean, the games are just concluding all at once, it feels like.
Yeah. Rapport went the king g5, so he's going to checkmate black's king, Fedosev's king.
Nice. This is a pretty nice checkmating idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a win for Rapport, so he's going to bounce back against Fedoseev here. So Wojtaszek has 1.5 points. So if Rapport wins, Wojtaszek will be in the lead in the group, but Radek had 2 whites to start with. So it's an interesting trade-off. The points for the remaining colors.
Yep. Do you think we should keep the eye on Shirov and Dominguez game?
It hurts my eyes to look at the position. White is up 2 pawns, but has a king out on b3. Now, if you are not careful, and I think you don't have to be that careful here, sometimes you have a position that looks winning in a million different ways, and then you allow b6, b7, you're like, wait, I don't see checkmate, and now there's a passed pawn. But here, I think you can just take this knight on e2 and then continue your attack against this rook. Yeah, he takes it. Okay, this is
just took it.
This is very, very losing, and that's a nice way of putting it.
Yeah. Yeah, rook takes c3, queen d1 comes right away.
Oof. I wasn't even looking for that checkmate, but yeah, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I
this,
don't think there is a way to even complicate this situation more from Shirov's side.
no, it's over. This one is over. How many decisive games did you predict today? 3. No, you predicted 4, and I predicted
4.
4.
I predict 4. Yeah.
So it looks like there are going to be 3 because 4 games are already done. It looks like Wesley So is holding a draw against Hari Krishna, and then we're going to see Hikaru win. We're going to see Dominguez win this game, and then Rapport
Yeah.
is going to win his.
Yeah, just very similar like yesterday. So we had 5 draws and 3 decisive games.
But fighting chess, I mean, the Grisha game against Bakro, you couldn't ask for a more combative game. Wojciech against Oparin, that one was also very complicated. So the players are really slugging it out. And this game is over. Dominguez has, in fact, won the game. So he is going to be in the lead in Group D. He had 2 blacks to start this event, Ketty, and he's now 1.5 out of 2. That looks like the player to beat in Group D at the moment.
It's a fantastic start. Have a plus with black pieces now. He's going to have white pieces, and for sure he's in a good form, and he's having really, really good tournament.
For sure. So let's head on back to some of the games that are still in progress. Hikaru and Yesipenko. Yesipenko, he's fighting, but he's just down a pawn and he can't do much of anything. A queen trade loses immediately because he's facing a pawn deficit and can't even move his king anywhere. Actually, what move does he have in this position?
Well, king g8, queen d5 check, and white is getting b7 pawn. King g7 will be checked from c7. Queen cannot really move.
Yeah, I think it's one of those positions where you have 0 moves. Maybe h6 is like the only move, that you can play here, but that doesn't really happen. What if white just keeps pushing? You still don't have a move.
Yeah. h4? That was no. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I made the move h4. It's just looks toast.
Yeah, g4. That's the move when the opponent is thinking, should I resign now or a little bit later? But he, for sure, Andrei Sipenko knows that this is very, very difficult position for him.
Just he might just resign. It's one of these positions where you have no actual ideas and you might shuffle a little bit, but you're about to lose your second pawn, and it's clear that you have no shot. So he's in trouble. Report against Fedoseev. Fedoseev trying, but I don't see how he deals with the king that has been marching. Just do not play king f6 next move if it were white's turn, because that's how you lose games that you're winning. You walk into a knight fork. So king h6 is the immediate threat. Trying a rook b8 checkmate. I just don't see what Fedoseev can even try here.
Yeah, they can't really run away from that threat. For instance, if you start with rook c4, and if you want to get this rook on the back rank, then in the end, knight e7 wins the rook. So this is not really working.
That's right.
Yeah.
Ouch. Yeah, this is...
Yeah, it's painful.
And what a crazy, interesting game this was from the very start. And Fedoseev's clock has hit 0, but that's because he's reached move 40. He'll gain the extra 30 minutes. So the time control has been reached. He will gain some time, but time's not the problem. It's the position.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the position when you, even if you have some seconds on the clock, you can still win with white, because it's too dangerous. The king is almost checkmated. And additionally, as we mentioned earlier, there is a pass pawn on the b file, and white can simply promote that pawn to the queen.
I'm really trying to come up with an idea for black, like, a stalemate trick or some kind of potential draw. There's just nothing. Like you play knight e6 check, the king just ventures right back to h6. You only way to stop the checkmate is to play move like f6, because if you take on g4, check on the back rank, knight f8, knight e7, check. The king has to move, and rook takes knight, then rook takes the rook that has to block.
Yeah.
So the knight is a hero for white.
Yeah, absolutely. Black went for f6. That's a trap, you know. If you take it with your king with the wrong piece, I'll get you. But what happens if king goes ahead on h6 or just rook takes on f6?
Both are going to be good. King h6 threatens mate, and after king f7, there's knight d6 check. So the knight fork is a problem. So what does black want after this? Knight but knight d5, there's still check and knight d6. So the threat is to bring the king to f7, so you get a fork.
So rook e1 maybe just get out of this square.
And now I take and I go knight e7 and just checkmate everywhere.
Yeah. We have seen so many combinations of this knight and the rook there and here. And in any positions they're checkmating black's king.
Yeah, it's like maybe rook e2 is the only chance, because now black threatens checkmate if you're not careful, but just h4. Take on f6 next turn. This knight on f4 needs to stay here because otherwise king g6. Like if you play knight d5, you're attacking the rook and protecting your pawn, but rook b7, king g6, it's just going to be another checkmating pattern.
Yeah.
So
there is some changes in the game of Hare Krishna and Wesley So. Maybe we can get in there.
Okay, rook endgame. The last move was g5, trying to remove the defender of the e5 pawn, and Hare Krishna takes. Wesley is going to take on e5, but with which piece? And he answers immediately with the rook.
Yeah.
So
yeah, Wesley So showed really high technique of the end game. First he started with b5, now with the g5, and he knows that this end game is draw, and he finds all the precise ways to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, the only hope that Hare Krishna has to win this game is if his king somehow can walk all the way up the board, and then he can try to push his pawn. But if you play king h4, I think black's easiest way to make a draw is just to follow the king, perhaps, because if king h5, now I have f6, you walked into a pin. So you don't even have time to bring the king all the way up. And if I try to stop f6, I won't play king f8 because then g6. So maybe my plan to bring my king around doesn't actually quite work. It's a good way to blunder.
You can play rook b5 and get ready for f6, like rook b5, king h5, and now f6. So if white takes with a rook, you can take b3 pawn. Oh, that's losing?
Apparently, it's not very happy because white's just going to push this pawn.
Wow.
Or the rook anywhere. I don't know. Rook somewhere. And then push, push, push.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I think, I'm making mistakes. Now I'm leading you to make mistakes. I was like, oh, king
I'm
f8.
covering you.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. That is good teamwork. So I am very grateful. Don't worry, I'm okay making mistakes because all chess players make mistakes. So you didn't have to sacrifice yourself for me. But it was.
No, it was really my mistake. I truly thought it was a chance there. So we had actually king h4 on the board. King e7 is not happening. So is white's idea really king h5, king h6 here?
It's the only winning attempt. I put the rook on f3, bring the king up, and try to. You have an extra pawn, but the extra pawns are doubled. So as soon as we can make g6 happen, we would love to get it through.
All right. Can this rook get back, for instance, rook e1 now?
100%, yes.
And try to play king h5.
I was like, are you sure? Nah, yeah. Checkmate is.
Yeah.
But what is available here is move g6. So like black does need to show a little bit of care, because in a situation like this, where white's king gets very active, yes, black is still making a draw, but you get into a position like this and all of a sudden it's a little uncomfortable, and you need to know your rook end games. here rook e6 check, the king comes back and the rook goes to b6, and you'll hold this. But now it's a clean extra pawn versus these double pawns that we saw before.
Yeah. White would try to get in this position at some point to trade one double pawn and to keep the G pawn on the board. In case if White managed to cut the king from F file, that's going to be very good, as we saw in the previous lines that White was winning. So that's what White might try there to play. But how about rook e1 here, G6? And can I be tricky with
You try to checkmate this king again?
Yeah, that's what I want. Okay, king f6, I think it's enough.
Yeah, I mean, even this, right? It's just anything like this. White has an extra pawn. It looks like it should be great, but you're with the king blockading the pawn here. It's going to be a hold, pretty much no matter what. And the real reason why is that once we trade off these pawns on the queen side, which is pretty much unavoidable, you're not going to win with your pawn over here. Simple technique, keeping your king in front of the pawn. The king comes up, we check it, and even if, let's say we don't check and we go here, this is in instructive position anyway. So this is the typical setup you want in these kind of rook endgames with the knight's pawn, because you don't want to allow the king to come to h6. Let's say it's White's move here. Let's say I make the move rook to c7, and then I make the move rook to b1, and king comes to h6. Now I have to prove I know certain drawing techniques, because if I check on h1, the king comes to g6. We're already losing. King f8, check, king here, king g7, up goes the pawn. I'll build a bridge. I'll win the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
yeah, I think the safest is just to bring the rook on the back rank, right? And just to move with that rook.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as this pawn releases, then you bring the rook back and you give the checks, and there's nothing you can do. You can't hide. If your rook ever leaves the 7th rank, my king steps in front of the pawn. And so that's the easiest way. You just keep the rook on the 6th rank, and then as soon as the pawn goes, you go. But if you can also, as you were saying, yes, you can, after rook c7, play rook to b8, because there's no checkmate with the rook sitting on the last rank. And what White typically tries is something like this, just to scare you, like, oh, check. But because if you go this way, you lose.
Yeah.
Because then the king moves up the board and you're going to promote the pawn. But if you go this way, it looks scary to put your king in the corner, but there's no way to win, because I can't play g7, which is one move away from winning, because rook b6 check actually wins for black. I'll get your rook.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this endgame, like either you have to cut the king from the 6th rank, or just this technique, and you can just have your cocktail and sit back and relax, because there's nothing to worry when it comes with the knight pawns.
Wow, a cocktail sounds great. You know, it's Saturday. The players, they're really competing. I'm going to relax. So now my mind is elsewhere.
Yeah. Oh, in the game of Richard Rappert and Vladimir Fedosiev, we have this position what we actually predicted. Rook went on e2 to attack h2 and threatened checkmate. White played h4 and king is on f7.
Yes, so Fedosiev is really trying here, and he's giving himself a chance. But this pawn, I have a feeling, is going to be dangerous. This pawn is also going to be dangerous. So how do we best do that? Can we push b5? It's always an option here. But the king is trying to escape.
I don't like that idea. Let's keep this king in the 7th rank, or in mating net.
Yeah, I mean, b5 looks pretty good. Just push our pass pawn, although the engine not sure. It still likes it, but okay, now it's going up. Phew. I thought I ruined everything. Nah, it's
b5, h5, any of those moves are just more than fine.
Sure.
Only move which can lose a game can be like g5, f takes g, h takes g, and rook h2.
No, it's, you make this move and then you get yourself checkmated. That's a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Not going to happen. I think that Fedoseev, while he would love nothing more, he doesn't expect Laporte to make any mistakes. And you play on because you should. You still have some chances, but I think he recognizes that if they play 100 times, he loses this position, I don't know, 99 times. Maybe, but this could be the one. This could be the one.
Yeah, this could be the one. In the game of Hikaru Nakamura and Andrei Sipenko, I don't see the move from Andrei for a long time. Is still he thinks?
He might be thinking. He might be
it just move forward. Yeah, I don't know.
He might be considering resignation. I mean, we talked about this just before because we were in this position. Black can't move the king because check on c7 wins the pawn, and you can't trade queens because you are down a pawn, and white's king will just go here and start winning your queenside pawns, and white can push. It's a very straightforward victory. So you can't move your king anywhere without losing the b7 pawn. And if you can't move your king, what can you do? Move your queen. Can't move queen d7, queen f8 is mate. If you move your queen anywhere else, you lose this pawn on b5. And it looks like he made the move king g7. And Hikaru went h4. He doesn't even want the pawn on b7 yet.
Yeah, perhaps he wants to open up the a1 h8 diagonal to have some checks, or maybe he wants to push the h5 pawn.
Go for checkmate. Why not? Yeah, you're spoiled here if you're Hikaru. You're just your king is safe, your opponent's king is not. You're up a pawn. You can start moving your pawns, trying to make pass pawns. So yeah, this is no fun for Yesipenko. But okay, I think we're going to take a quick break. The rounds will continue, then reach the time control. And when we come back, we'll finish out this round. 3 more games still going. 1 decisive game thus far. That was Lenier Dominguez beating Alexei Shirov. And looks like we'll have a few more. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. The players here in the Grand Prix are competing for the top 2 places because those 2 people make their way to the 2022 Candidates Tournament held June 2022 in Madrid, Spain. Chess.com's coverage of the candidates will be in full force with thanks and gratitude to the Scheinberg family. Chess.com is looking forward to the event featuring Alireza Firouzja, Yana Pomshi, Jan Krzysztof Duda, Sergei Karyakin, Fabiano Caruana, Timur Rajabov, and 2 as of yet unnamed players. So, Ketty, we just saw a result in the books. It was the draw between Wesley So and Pantala Harikrishna. We're not surprised by that result. It was a rook endgame, and the players trade off all the pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. In the last part of the game, there was nothing much to get from that for white, but Harikrishna had really slightly better position in the middle game. But we have seen this beautiful Queen A5 move, how Wesley So actually tried to save his game, and he managed to do it, and the game ended in a draw.
Yeah, we see this final position, you think, okay, rook takes g4, we get how it's a draw, but you brought up the critical moment that, and right here, after c4, white is getting ready to win a pawn, but the way he played with Queen A5, it was so brilliant, because after pawn takes, Harikrishna picked up his rook and did not take on d5. Instead, he played rook d3, because after rook d5, there was this wonderful sequence of the rook d8. There's a pin down the d file, so you trade rooks. And after this sequence here, rook d4 is a nice move, attacking a4, trying to bring the queen also to d5. Black's pieces are all working together very harmoniously, and this would allow black to keep the balance. So that was the moment, I think, that allowed Wesley to feel more comfortable, even though his problems weren't over. I think that was really the moment that he felt much better and was able to start pushing for the draw.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have 2 remaining games. Rest 4 are down already, and both games are very interesting. We can take a look at Hikaru Esipenko for the start, and we can see that Hikaru is seriously planning to checkmate Black's king.
Yeah, there's a pawn on h6. So if he gets his queen at g7, that's that. But what can Black even do right now? The move king f7 is a possible move, but I think that after king f7, Hikaru will play queen to f5. Trading queens wins the game. You are up a pawn. You have pawns that can start pushing. The white king will venture over to b4, and I drew that arrow on purpose. I know that's not a, on the same diagonal, but the king is going to b4 just to stop the pawns, and white's pawns cannot be stopped.
Yeah. And also white's pawns on the king side untouchable. You can't really get closer to those pawns, and it's just, those 2 pawns are guarding each other, and there is no practical save here for Black.
No. So king f7, queen f5, you have to trade queens, otherwise you lose h7, which you can't afford to drop. If you move your queen to e6 or something, you lose the b5 pawn, you're down 2 pawns. So I really can't suggest a move, Ketty. You can't bring your king to the corner, you get mated. Yeah. Queen e8. The point is that now with his pawn h6, you're trying to deliver a checkmate, and queen d5 check. Also, same problem as earlier, wins the pawn on b7, and then the checkmate. It's over. Yeah,
it's over. It's over, and I think we have a resignation here after h6. Esipenko decided that that's enough. That's enough. I lost this game, and I have to admit it, and stop this right now. Come back tomorrow for another game.
Yeah, and Hikaru Nakamura came into this event having not played in a classical chess tournament since 2019. He now has 1.5 out of 2. He is leading Group A here in the first leg of the Grand Prix. So a great start for Hikaru Nakamura, and for Andrei Esipenko, he was a last-minute replacement. The question we asked as the day started, is there some Tata Steel fatigue? Esipenko played in Tata Steel, grueling event, 13 rounds, and now he flew to Berlin on a moment's notice and not off to the best start.
Yeah. Definitely. Can we get to our last game of today? This is Rapport and Fedosiev. This game was so crazy. It was so many tactics, so many sacrifices. and the mating threats. And now this gets a little bit slow, but this is not any better for black. It's just white is taking really careful this game and tries not to miss any chances here.
That's right. I mean, the king's on h6, which has been used for the attack. It was trying to checkmate the king a few moves ago when it went down to h6, trying to get the king in a mating net. But the white king could be in some danger itself. So you have to be careful not to, say, allow a rook g2, takes g4, and your king is caught on the last file over here. So I think now rook c6 looks really strong. b5, it looks like you hung it, but after taking on b5, look out for knight forks. That would be a win of the rook. And after rook c6, that means you're going to play b6 next, try to get your pawn going to b7, and all the problems still are in black's position.
Yeah, and black cannot really do much. Black cannot start to push the pawn, e-pawn, because that can be really stopped by the knight, and it's gonna actually, in fact, is hanging and cannot go forward to e3. And white's plan is very simple, and there's no way that black can avoid that. Rook move away, and then to push the pawn on all the way to b8.
Yeah, I'm trying to come up with any idea for Fedoseev, and I'm sure he's working to do the same. And for a report, it's good to spend time here. You don't want to make a quick move and then regret it. You mentioned how g5, you can't take back with the pawn on g5, and that's really important. You see the evaluation bar sink, because after pawn takes, h6, once again, that's checkmate. Your king is here on the rook file, and you can block, but you can only block once. That's mate. And if you take with the king on g5, that's not at all what you wanted, because here, rook g2 check will force the king back over to h6, and this king is not safe. And look at the knight d5, knight f6, rook g6, checkmate pattern. So be very careful here not to rush if you're report.
Yeah, the tables can turn here after this move, and now black's knight ender can become really tricky. I think he's not really going to touch the king side pawns, because look at these knights and two pawns, they are guarding each other, they are safe, and the king is sort of in the shelter. And on the other hand, there is extra b pawn, and that's what Rapport will really push forward.
Exactly. And this knight on f4, that's the trying to figure out what to do with that piece isn't so easy. You think the knight might come to d5 to stop the b pawn, and that is possible. But after knight d5, white needs to figure out how to proceed from here. A move like h5, you can push the h pawn if you think you're going to go promote it, because you can move this king away from f7, right? Like h5. If you sit and wait as black, move like rook to b4, I feel like white will be able to distract the black king and then get going with your own king, so you can push your h pawn up the board.
Yeah,
it's just funny, you can't take the g4 pawn either because of this fork.
Yeah, the forks are so annoying here. Can white give a check at some point to kick the king either front or the back, and then to play king g7 to activate the king?
Yeah, I guess
not now.
No, I sort of walked into it too. Yeah, I was hoping that I would run the king away and push the pawn, but black is just creating these threats move by move. Rook b8, I like the move knight d5 just to stop b6. At least I think I'm stopping b6.
Now maybe rook b7.
Rook b7, king
and
here.
King now goes backwards on g. Yeah.
But I think here there's still going to be a rook b4, rook g2 type of move just to bother your pawn. It's so close though. Like white is
there's
really,
no
really
other checkmate here, unfortunately, for white.
And this is what Fedoseev is praying for, that if you can get a position like this where it still looks like black is in trouble, at least you have pawns that can push. Your king's not getting mated, so now it's much more likely that black would survive a position like this.
Yeah, knight is on d5, and let's see how white is going to proceed this position.
I'm actually not sure what he's going to do. All the lines we've been looking at seem to give black some hope. So I think Fedoseev has been fighting really, really well thus far.
h5 was played.
Okay.
That's actually a good move, so you will never blunder g5 anymore.
That's right. No checkmate about to happen.
Yeah.
So if white had a free turn, I'm almost wondering if knight g7 is a good move, just to make sure that the black king's not running away super easily and to play rook b7 check. But I think rook b4 is the best move, keeping the pawn on b5 under attack while putting pressure on this g4 pawn.
Yeah.
But
can we push now g5?
g5 takes.
Oof, something is wrong, is it? King takes?
I think just this king, like somehow it gives black some potential checks, and it's not clear where this king is going. The pawns were shielding the king, and now the king doesn't have the house, the brick wall that was covering it.
Yeah, true.
But I also want to play a move like g5. So rook b4. Where is the win?
You can play king c7, king h7 to avoid that g4 for now.
Yeah, and then keep pushing your pawn.
Hmm.
Looks pretty reasonable. Another move that might be good is rook d8. I was just thinking about this because you're attacking the knight. King e6 runs into rook d6 check, and I win the knight. If you take on b5, I give you this check, and you may think that you're getting the rook on d8 for the rook on b5, and that's true. But look at this advanced pawn. That pawn is winning white the game. It's when rook pawns are great when a knight is trying to chase them down, because knights are very bad at getting to the side of the board. It takes too much time.
Yeah. Yeah, rook d8 looks a very nice idea. Just to attack the knight and annoy that knight.
Yeah, it's one of these moves where you have to be willing to potentially part with this b5 pawn, which is your extra pawn, but then you clear the road for this h pawn here. So rook b4, rook d8. I wonder if there's like a knight f4 check, and you're finally getting this king through. Because if king f8, now knight d6, and I'm trying to checkmate you, but king h7 and rook f7 mate. There we go. I found a checkmate.
Nice. King h7 here and threatening checkmates in the one move.
Yeah, that's like the king has to be mated somehow, and finally.
Yeah, and black cannot really save that position after king h7.
Nope.
Yeah, beautiful.
So we'll see
how we went there.
Okay.
What was it like? Rook d8, right?
Yeah, rook b4, rook d8.
Yeah.
And what did I do with the knight?
Knight f4?
Knight f4. Yeah, okay, thank you. I was like, where did I go? And then I check here.
Yeah.
And if you move your king here, then I just check, and my king finally gets out, and my pawn pushes. So I went back the other way with king f8, and then knight d6, and then checkmate's gonna happen.
Yeah, all right. In the game, black pushed the pawn e4. He's trying to find some counterplay, and he says, like, okay, I also have a pawn here which can be pushed. But hold on, it's not that hanging. Yes.
Yes. I think you just take the pawn immediately. King e6. I think this is what he wants, Fedoseev. Like, at least cause some confusion here where the king is active. Maybe it's going to f4. The g4 pawn is in a little bit of danger. I mean, you're up 2 pawns as white, so you should be able to win a game like this. I mean, even check king f4 and move my king. I don't know if I go to g7 or g6, but I'm just trying to promote my pawn. Something like that is probably also good.
Yep. Vipori is on the way to pick up e4 pawn. He gave the check with the knight. King is already on e7, and he did not immediately take the pawn on e4. He's spending some time right now. But this is also very interesting. King e7, not king e6.
Yeah, I wonder why he did that. He just gave away the pawn. And rook b4, all right. Makes sense to me. So what now? What about knight f? On knight f2, he wants rook f4, Kenny. So he's trying to just chase this knight around. But I actually think that you can give up your knight on f2 and just start pushing your pawns. Like maybe you can push this one right away. Because after rook takes here, b7, only move rook b2, and then rook comes to g8, and you skewer the king and the rook, and otherwise you promote.
Wow, that's rook b4. Now we have it on the board. Do you think Rapport will go for this?
Yeah. So
he goes b6, right?
Same idea in just one move sooner. So in other words, he played the better move.
b6, nice. Like if you take this with a rook, the knight endgame is hopeless, king g7, and the pawn on h file is unstoppable. If you take with a knight, then the knight will be pinned and cannot really move away. So you can just bring your knight wherever you want. It's going to be simply winning.
That's right.
And yeah, we have seen also already what happens if black captures the knight on e4.
Yeah, same exact idea. Rook e4, b7. The rook needs to come to b4 because something like rook e8 check or just rook anywhere to promote the queen. And then the skewer is the winning tactic of rook g7 check after the rook takes on b7. Otherwise, b8 equals queen, and you have to sacrifice your rook anyway.
Yeah. Oh, nicely spotted.
So will that be the decisive move? That's the question. Fedoseev, give him credit. He hasn't resigned. He's really trying to fight on. Sometimes people make mistakes, even people as strong as Rapport. Actually, Rapport was the recipient of a huge mistake in Tata Steel when he played against Jordan van Forest. Jordan was in time trouble, and he made a mistake in a knight and pawn endgame. So these mistakes do happen even at the highest level, but I think that Rapport has everything well under control.
Yeah. He played amazing game today, starting from the bishop sacrifice, then activate the king like nothing really happened, and he was the one who had an extra piece, and then to create all this checkmating net and the threats. That was really beautifully played by Rapport. In the position when myself, I was thinking that what's going on here? Black pieces are so active. They are on the first rank, on the second rank. Can Rapport actually save the game here? But instead he had bigger plans than just to save the game.
Yeah, you're talking about this moment back here where, I mean, it looked scary for white. It looked very, very scary. And Rapport said, I'm not scared. My king is going to walk to h4. You thought my king wasn't safe on e1? I'll show you what an unsafe king looks like. And he went right after the black king. And it's one of the, I still, king g6, it walked into such an immediate mating net that it seems hard to excuse fully. But we looked at that line before. After king to e7, rook here, the only move is bishop d5, which it's none of these players can't find that move. It just is a pretty ridiculous move, cutting off the connection between the rooks on the same file here, and the game would continue, and everyone would have chances because no king is safe.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was a critical moment of this game, and seems like Rapport got what he wanted, and he got more than Fedoseev. And in the very last position, what we have right now, white is not many moves away to win this game.
Black has maybe a few tries here, but not many. We keep talking about b7, rook to g8 as the winning idea. Trying to come up with something, anything, some sort of trick. No, I'm not seeing one. Not seeing one.
No. There is knight e3 to try to capture g4 pawn with a check, but that's it. You can take that pawn, and you're just gonna lose some time for that.
So, well, we can continue staring at this. Well, maybe we should remind everybody of the matchups that we had today and the results, just because we have 7 games behind us and just this one remaining. So, Ketty, the game between Sherov and Dominguez, the start of the round, I highlighted that one because I was thinking that Dominguez, a very solid classical player, and for Shirov, he's always the wily veteran, the aggressive type player, and that one went Dominguez's way.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a beautiful game, and I think we can consider this game as the game of a day. This should be a candidate for sure.
I'm not reading the chat, but I'm assuming as soon as you said, they're like, but Hikaru won his game. Let's talk about Hikaru. Hikaru did play a very, very good game. He had one critical decision that we really liked. And after that, he found some awesome tactics. So the Americans in the field, the people who play for the US Federation did very well. And otherwise, I mean, Grishuk against Bakro, that game was as wild as any game in the round. And yet Grishuk, who barely developed his pieces, he survived and he stays afloat in Group A.
Yes. Talking about Nakamura's game, he played very engine-like in the computer line. Starting from very beginning, how he improved little bit of advantage of pair of bishop, slowly played such an unnatural moves, but the best moves with capturing the knight on e4 and giving up the light square bishop, and then the beautiful tactic that he found in the end of the game.
Yeah, it was a really good game from him. And for those of us who have been covering chess for a long time, we know that Hikaru Nakamura, while he is renowned for his streaming these days, he's won so many important chess games in his life. And this one was really important because he's trying to make his way to the candidates tournament. In order to do that, he's gonna have to have some good performances here in the Grand Prix. He hasn't played classical chess since 2019, and he's showing that his preparation, his form right now is very, very good, high level. So he of course has a great shot at winning Group A now that he has the lead after 2 games.
Yeah, that's true. All right, we do have game move from Fedosiv. He went for f5. What is that?
Do you want like a real answer, or should I just try to make something up? So it was captured as is expected, and I don't have an answer to what is f5.
Yeah, it's the last pawn, last piece to get away, give away. Maybe he's trying to stalemate something. It's so impossible to do that. It's impossible to do that.
I'm really trying to think of an answer, and I'm not coming up with one, because rook takes e4, b7, the same exact plan of bringing the rook so you can skewer the black king and rook on the 7th rank.
Yeah, if you get in the end game where you keep the knight on the board to play against rook, this is not the theoretical end game where you can hold the position and you cannot save that position.
All right, one idea. Since you asked me the question, I'll come with one idea. b7, I'll play knight f6. So you can check me, so you get a queen, but I'm hoping that when I take and you get your queen, I go king f7, I'm hoping that here, maybe I can pretend like I have a fortress. I don't, but I can at least try to convince you that I do. So
all right,
there's that option. If you make some other rook move, like rook a8 to try to promote the pawn, knight d7, queen, see that? I found it. I found what he was aiming for. And after rook takes knight, there's king f6. And the only way to save your f5 pawn is rook check. And I think we just do a little back and forth. And rook pawns are not good in the king and pawn in games when there's the only pawn remaining, and not good in king and king, rook, and pawn in games either. So I found the one idea. Hey, rook takes e4.
That's it. They are on that way.
I speak big fish. So Vladimir, I got you covered. So I know what you're aiming for here. So he's trying to either give up his knight over here, which is not going to happen, or work his way towards a potential fake fortress.
All right. That's interesting. That's really interesting. What happens if rook goes all the way on h8?
then I was going to resign.
You can. Oh no, you can't. There's no checkmate.
No, on knight d7, you check and take the knight, and then you get
Yeah.
the queen. So, okay, I just showed you what his hope was, his dreams, and you shattered his dreams, Katie. How does it feel that Vladimir Fedosev's dreams were ruined thanks to your good move?
Okay, I can do it by other way. There is another idea that he might hoping for. After it's not rook h8, I think it's too good.
Okay, too good.
Too good. How about rook a8 and rook h4? You know what I'm going.
Oh, you want to deliver a
it's-
checkmate, but your king's not on
It's
f7.
not. Yeah,
It
it's
would be
not.
checkmate if I, mouse slip. Yeah, rook takes h5 would be mate. But the problem is that here king can go to g6. But if you go king g7, that would be a funny repetition. But there's the g6 square available to the king.
Yeah, so in the game, we do have really a strange looking move, which Rapport choose, and he goes with rook d8.
No knight d7. And if takes here, king e7, it's a slightly better version for white than going rook e8 check. Because the rook, with rook e8 check, the king was already on f7. Now the king's on e7, which actually might make some kind of difference because you don't have king f8 here, as there's queen g7 check. And if you go king e8, then I think I can just bring my king over and kick your knight out and threaten queen c6 to win your rook. So I think that's the most precise way forward, and a job well done by Rapport.
Yeah. Yeah. After white gets the queen, there is no way that black can hold knight and the rook, because king is very strong as well, and king can start to attack the knight. Addition, there is h pawn right there, can be also pushed. So that seems to be very end of this game.
Yeah, and it's funny. It's my favorite tactic in chess, generally speaking. Is I don't know my favorite, but it's one of my favorites. Stopping one square short of expectations. Like when rooks are staring each other down, and instead of taking the rook, you stop right in front of it. So here, rook d8 is better than rook e8 check, just because of what we've been discussing, that the king comes to f7, and even if white is still winning this game, the king is at least close to the knight here, whereas the king on e7, as we're about to likely see, that your king can't get back over to the knight because king f8 is met by queen g7 check, picking up the knight.
Yeah, true.
And the game's over. In fact, we see a resignation, so Rapport wins, and he gets to 1 out of 2.
Yeah, that's the this was a really tough game, full of ideas, but really beautiful to see for perspective of commentators and the viewers. But just imagine how players are feeling right now. It was really, really tough game.
It was, and Rapport earned that full point. And for Fedoseev, he drops there from his first place tie with Wojtaszek to a tie for second in Group B. But look at these standings. I mean, in every single group, there's just one person in the lead. We have Nakamura, Aronian, Dominguez, and Wojtaszek. So, Katie, I think the most surprising would be Wojtaszek, just because he was new to the event and he beat Rapport. So that's a huge victory. But I would say, at least at this early stage, nobody at 0 points. Everyone has at least a draw. So still so much to play for.
Yep. And we don't have a player with 2 out of 2 for now. So this tells us that how equal is the tournament, how strong is the tournament, and everybody has a chance to qualify to the next stage of the tournament.
That's right. And I mean, it's a great event, really fighting chess. And we are going to take our last quick break, because when we return, we'll present you the rapid recap going over the game of the round. I'm not going to tell you, chat, who it is. You can all fight, argue, bicker. Oh, it should be this person. And I'll just pick whatever I want to pick. So we'll deal with it. We'll be back shortly for the rapid recap and the end of the round. Welcome back, everybody. It is time for your rapid recap of round 2 at the FIDE Grand Prix. Ketty, we have to choose the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Andrei Yesipenko. Yes, there were other great decisive games, but this was our game of the round.
It is our game of the round because of the beautiful tactic that Hikaru just made in this game, and we're about to see that.
All right, I'll start from the beginning. We had an English opening, and at this moment, d5, a typical pawn break, trying to open up the position a bit. And here, bishop c5, a relatively rare move, Ketty, but queen c2 by Hikaru, that was really the first new moment of the game.
Absolutely, this is something new, and we now know what he was doing. For all this 1 year or even more, not playing classical chess, he was actually preparing for the next his classical tournament, and this is something new that he brought today in this game.
He did indeed, and there's already pressure down the C file. Also have to keep an eye out on the H7 pawn, and in the game, Yesipenko brought his knight back to F6, and here the move A3, knight D4, and Ketty, after the trade on D4, we saw an intermezzo.
Yeah. Before here, we were thinking of many moves, 94, 94, that goes anywhere, but before was played by Hikaru, and we really love that move.
We did, and Yesipenko drops the bishop back to B6, and after knight A4, we were talking about some options for black. Maybe pawn to D3 was available. Yesipenko chooses rook to E8, and this was a moment you asked me during the game, and Hikaru decided to take the knight on the bishop on B6 and follow your advice.
Very good, Hikaru.
I definitely thought so, because after takes, he made the move E3, and Ketty, the bishop pair is reigning supreme.
Absolutely, absolutely. You always have to listen to the women's advice and have also pair of bishop in the chess game, because it's a huge power.
Fianchettoed bishops, they're an opponent's worst nightmare, and the move E3 was hoping for pawn takes E3, because after the pawn recaptures, not D takes, but F takes, the rook is open, the bishop coming to B2, and black's king is going to be in real danger. So instead, Yesipenko went D3, and after queen moved up to C3, knight E4, queen C4, we saw a little bit of dancing, but finally, Ketty, the bishop landed on B2, and white's position started looking very good.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at this bishop having not dark square bishop for black here that made B2 bishop superior in this diagonal. And obviously, Hikaru used that one.
And no knight takes D2. It may look like a hanging pawn with a fork. Up goes the eval bar, because queen C3 threatens checkmate in 1 thanks to that bishop on B2, and then we'll win the knight on D2. So instead, Yesipenko went queen D7. And after that move, Ketty, I think this was probably the move of the game.
To give up the light square bishop, right? That's the moment. It's so engine-like move. Like, it's so low chance that human will make this kind of move, because we actually don't give up the light square bishop and leave the king alone there. But in fact, there was the best choice that Hikaru made. He took the knight on E4, and then he had a plan to save the light squares by F3.
And that was a huge move, because if not for F3, black would be slicing and dicing across these light squares here. You see the queen infiltrating next. So F3 gains the tempo, hits the bishop on E4, back it went to C6. And look at the pressure he built up. And around here, Ketty, we saw a critical error in judgment from Yesipenko.
Yes, absolutely. And yeah, that's the moment. That's the moment where Yesipenko made a huge blunder or mistake.
Yeah, I mean, this move B5, it's clear that that was the plan of Hikaru, doubling his rooks, putting the queen on F4, and black had to make the move B5. White still has a better position, pretty much no matter what the line is, because if we make a move like rook D4, the pawn on D3, that's not a great pawn. The bishop on C6, it is staring at F3, but it's just not as powerful as the bishop on B2, and so white has the healthier pawn structure and a better game. But Ketty, queen E6, that played right into Hikaru's tactical hands.
Yeah, and this move looks so peaceful. It's just a move by the queen, but in fact, this runs into long-term tactic, which was seen by Hikaru. B5 was played, the pawn sacrifice, and in the very end of the line, this bishop on B5 was not guarded, and that's what actually white used.
it looks like white is better because black's pawn structure is worse, these double isolated B pawns. But as you pointed out, loose pieces drop off, the bishop on B5, not defended by anything. You say, who cares? It's not under attack. But watch what Hikaru does. Rook D7, Rook C8 check, and finally, wham, bam. Thank you very much, Andrei Yesepenko, because bishop F6 exposes the black king. And after pawn takes F6, we saw queen G4 check. And Ketty, there's nowhere the king can run. You're losing material.
No way, no way. Wherever you choose to go, white will anyway attack the bishop and wins material.
That's right. I mean, king to F7 runs into an eventually, I'll just put it on the board, trading rooks and queen H5 check. The bishop is lost. The king has to move. If the king had gone to H8 and the game went to F8, there was queen B4, which is a brilliant shot. I'm sure Yesepenko missed these ideas. And the point is, after queen takes B4, I throw rook takes D8 with check, intermezzo, take the queen up in exchange. So honestly, that was a good tactic. But even after this, Ketty, it felt like Hikaru played really precisely to give Yesepenko no chances.
Yeah, that's what I had in my head too. The way how Hikaru played here was just the way how it should be, taking the bishop now and king F2, avoiding any check on the first rank, and also keeping the eye on D3 pawn.
That's right, because queen takes B6 instead of king F2 would have walked right into queen C1 check, and you see the evaluation bar dip because you're losing the D2 pawn with check, and at best, white is going to escape with a draw because of the exposed black king. So instead, king F2, great choice, and look at Hikaru go. He scoops up one pawn, and then I really like the way he did this, Ketty, by pushing his H pawn up the board just to start creating some checkmating threats.
Yeah, creating checkmate threats. Also, let's keep in mind that any queen trade here is just good for white because the pawn structure is beautiful on the king side. There are extra pawns and white king is ready to pick up the pawns on B file one by one.
That's right. Can't afford to trade queens when down a pawn. So Hikaru went forward. Andrei went back, and this move H6 caused resignation precisely because of what you were saying. After king F7, queen F5 would have been the decisive blow. You have to trade queens lest you lose this pawn on H7 with check. And after the queen trade, exactly what you said comes to fruition. White with an extra pawn, healthier pawn structure. King walking over to B4, pawns up to D4 and E4. And that is that. And that is your round 2 rapid recap. Whew, Ketty, that was a really nicely played game by Hikaru Nakamura. Sad news for Andrei Yesepenko, but in Group A, Hikaru takes the lead.
Yeah, that's truly beautifully played, and he truly deserves to be the leader in this group with 1.5 points right now. Tomorrow, another round's gonna start, and he's gonna have a different opponent.
He will, and Grishuk should be really counting his lucky stars right now because he had no pieces developed. Etienne Bacrot was playing an excellent game. And in Grishuk's time trouble, Bacrot was the one to make mistakes that sometimes happens, right? Where we're trying to blitz our opponents and then we sometimes make the suboptimal moves.
Yes, that's right. In Group B, Wojciech missed the chance to win the game against Aparin. He had such a big advantage. He played really well, but in the end, he gave some chances, which Aparin obviously used.
Oh, Wojciech still in the lead though, 1.5 out of 2, making Poland proud. And as we see the results, Aronian, Dominguez in first in their groups. We have tomorrow's pairings in store, and what great matchups we have. My first look at this, I'm drawn to Group A because we see Sasha Grishuk with the white pieces taking on Hikaru Nakamura.
That's going to be a very interesting game. And do you think Grishuk will go down to 1 minute again in this game?
Well, you know, if anyone knows how to play 1 minute chess, it's Hikaru Nakamura. But this is a really important game for Grishuk because he started with 2 blacks, which means he has 3 whites and 1 black in the remaining 4 games. So for Grishuk, if he's able to beat Hikaru Nakamura in this head-to-head matchup, he has favorable pairings by color down the stretch. Now, if Hikaru, on the other hand, is able to withstand any pressure that Grishuk puts on him and it holds that game, then Hikaru is ahead of Grishuk. And in the last game when they play each other, Hikaru will have the white pieces. So I think this is a really big moment for Grishuk, who's shown he's willing to take chances. And then as I look across the other groups, Ketty, Dominguez finally gets the white pieces. He's playing a well-prepared Hare Krishna, but Leonid Dominguez in tip-top form.
Yeah, he is. And he's clearly my new favorite in this event, seeing these two games that he had with black pieces. Tomorrow he's going with white pieces, and let's see how this is going to end for him. In Group C, we also have very interesting matchup. Aronian, very well experienced, just playing against quite young talent here, Kmart. That's going to be also a very interesting match.
Could be a bit of a trap game, because if you feel like you have to win that game, Vincent Keimer is well prepared, very strong, works hard on his chess. So that's one where you can't just expect the result. But Levon Aronian, so experienced. He's played in many candidates tournaments. He was the number 2 rated player in the world. I think he's the 4th highest rated player of all time. So if you can trust anybody with the white pieces, Levon Aronian is that guy. But don't count Vincent Keimer out, the teenage sensation from Germany. He's playing on home turf.
Yes, absolutely. So all this is going to happen tomorrow, and this is the matchups of tomorrow, and we really expect to be another amazing day at FIDE Grand Prix 2022, the tournament, which is the road to the World Championship match.
That's right. You need to take the top 2 places in the Grand Prix, make your way to the candidates, win the candidates. That's super easy to do. And then after all is said and done, you have to go beat Magnus Carlsen in a chess match. So yeah, I think that's, of course, the easy path to victory to become the world champion. But in all seriousness, I mean, these players are giving it their all, Ketty. We've had some great chess in the first 2 rounds. I'm personally really excited to see this tournament continue.
Yeah, me too. And we're coming back tomorrow, same times, same place. And thank you very much, David, for this amazing day. Let's end this way. And also our beautiful chat, as well as our producer Matt, who is handling us for all these hours. And any last words, Robert?
I wasn't expecting you to do that, and that was excellent. I'm glad that you know my real name, so thank you for letting everybody else know. But no, I mean, really another fantastic day. Thanks to everyone for being here. Chat, I may ignore you about 99.9% of the time, but I do appreciate you tuning in. I hope you learn a thing here and there and just enjoying the chess as it unfolds before you, because these are the best players in the world. They're duking it out for a really important spot, and your support makes chess all the greater. So thank you so much. And Ketty, of course, you're awesome as always. Appreciate you commentating alongside me, and that's all I have to say. I need to come up with a new name for you.
Okay. Looking forward to that.
Well, for now, I think we'll sign off. See you tomorrow, everybody, for more from the FIDE Grand Prix in 2022.